Welcome to my stream. I'm on a hunger strike to save your life. I'm on day 15 or 16 of this worldwide Megacrisis hunger strike. But it's technically day 458 of the whole thing. I've been on 30 hunger strikes, and they just keep going unless you help play this game called Words of Wow. Or Words of Wisdom. Wow. If you want to be wowed by a solution that gives you hope to get us out of this mega crisis that we're in, of global cultural decline, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health, you can join us. I'm just in another meeting right now. Uh, I handed out hundreds of meals that could have saved people's lives. A boss. There are people intense dying from drug addictions, and we brought them sandwiches, and that probably kept them alive. There's countless people who I could have. But let me ask you this: this is a very facetious way of having this argument. Yeah, sometimes I did actually. Yeah, like I told you, I bought 700 meals for the homeless, and once, and we did it 5 times or something like that. So yeah, I did. Now on top of that, your argument is flawed fundamentally because you're back to that superficial form of intervention where I'm saying you're just creating more homelessness. You're not addressing the real systemic issue, which is actually harder than spending $10 on a sandwich on somebody. It's easy for you to do that. Try and do a systemic intervention like a hunger strike that's going to take up hours and hundreds of hours of your time. So let me make this clearer for you because you're clearly not getting it. When Martin Luther King Jr. made the speech, I Have a Dream, outside the White House, who did that save? Who can go up to him and say, "You saved my life just now in that 10, 20 minute speech. You saved my life. I was dying, and that your words literally healed my body." No one. No one. Talking does not feed somebody. Martin Luther King didn't walk down the steps and go to the homeless man at the steps and give him a sandwich. Whether he did or did not buy the sandwich doesn't matter. My point is that now exactly. Now that's the impact that I'm having. Is that there are I've had like 20,000 people look at my YouTube stream alone, and like 50,000 people look at my Facebook in the last month and a half. Now we don't know because we don't know who the "I Had a Dream" speech saved, but it reached millions of people. And I'm saying that people who are on the verge of suicide would have watched that and said, "You know what? I'm gonna choose to live because this guy's on Earth." That could happen to me too. And I've had people say that to me. Well, no, the reality is they're going to say there's somebody on Earth that has a real solution to align AI. And when they come and talk to me, like it's building. There are more people coming to my streams now, which is nice. And there's this wonderful woman on TikTok that keeps giving me like tens of thousands of likes. It's just wonderful. Yeah, I am streaming right now. Well, they can, luckily for you, yeah, normally I do record both people, but I had my headphones in when you came in. I forgot to take them out, so they can't hear you, but they can hear me. So, so yeah, that's right. But boss, that's not the thing. The thing is, you're going backwards. You're making the problem worse. You're making it harder for me to address the problem. Because of the words of wisdom, you're not listening to me. I've repeated this argument literally 20 times. When you make a claim, like I'll make this last point. When you make a claim of authority, it's not bad. Okay? If you come in and you say, I know how to make sure you don't die when you're going scuba diving because I'm a scuba diver instructor. You have authority because you know what you're doing and it causes good. Now I'm saying the same thing. I'm upgrading. I'm saying I'm the first Messiah. Instead of saying I'm the Messiah, I'm going to say I'm the first Messiah, which implies that there's a second and a third and a fourth. In fact, we're all Messiahs. But the reason why I'm making that claim in a healthy way that's different from other people who are making it is I have a criterion. Just like the scuba diver, I can say why I have this first position. And it's because I can teach you how to be Messiah-like. And I've said it dozens of times. What makes me realize that I'm divine, we're already divine, but acting divine means that you have to be able to understand that part of yourself so you can bring it into conscious awareness where your will is and then will it. That criterion, that you don't think you're divine? Well, you're not aware enough to make that claim. That's ignorant. You could be, but you're too ignorant to realize it, which is why you absolve yourself from real responsibilities and real courage like your God would have. Now, the criterion, I didn't get to finish the main part of my argument, which proves to me you're not listening already. But the criterion that shows you that actually you do have a responsibility to be divine, not just that you are divine, you have a responsibility, is that there is a universal logic in you that you can now learn. And that, if you're going to challenge my authority, you need to address me on those grounds, which you have not done. So you have become the thing that you don't like in me. You said, Mark, you never addressed my arguments. Yes, I have. Every single time I have. Because I'm a master argumenter. I've studied it. You are not. And I just gave you an argument again for the 20th time addressing your root premise that I am not divine, and that is the major reason why you're not here. I'm saying, you're right, maybe I'm not divine, but here's my criterion to prove that I'm divine. It's called universal logic. You have not addressed that argument. Okay, so you are not engaging deeply or honestly to resolve the issue. If you engage with universal logic and you learn enough about it to see why I'm making that claim, and why it proves that I'm the first Messiah, why I'm divine, and why you're divine at the same time, you're never going to resolve the issue. So I'm giving you the exact same thing you need to dismantle to get me off of this claim. You're going to learn universal logic and play the WoW game. Awesome. Thank you. You're gonna play the WoW game, learn universal logic, and then address the premise. That's what you're gonna do. I know, but that's your opinion, right? You've given me a criterion. God's so much greater. Blah 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 blah. Okay, but you haven't addressed the root contradiction, which is that if you have a soul, and you're not totally separate from God, and you can know God, which you can because Islam has 99 names for God, then in some ways you are tied to God and God is touching you, which means there's some part of you that is divine. So I'm just saying there is. I've done this already. I've done this. Unless you start taking notes, I'm not going to repeat myself. You have to start taking notes because this is exhausting for me. All right, you have to literally pull out a pen and paper or a notepad and start writing down how I'm addressing your points. I'm saying there's something that you know about God. That's right. Now imagine if you could not know anything about God at all, then you wouldn't know God is there. No, you wouldn't. Okay. Now that's why you're touching God directly in some way. And that's the contradiction. If you weren't touching God in any way, right, you wouldn't know God was there. Okay. So if I don't know Jupiter, if I don't know there's a planet 65 million light years away, if I don't know it's there, I'm not touching it. There's nothing. I'm not seeing it. There's nothing touching my senses. There's no intuition of it. There's nothing. I'm not touching it in any way. Okay, it might still be there, but for me, I'm not touching it. It's not, I'm not interacting it in any way. But now, let's say I see a little glimmer in the sky, and I say, hey, there's something over there. But I can't say what it is. I can't say the shape. I can't say if it's a planet. I can't say if it's an alien. I don't know anything about it, but I know it's there. You're touching it. You get it? Oh my God. Okay. No. You're taking the word touch literally. I'm not saying you have to go and physically touch with your hand. I'm saying that the photons from the planet are reaching your eyeball. That's why you can see it. If you, that means he's touching us. That means God's touching us. In a way, exactly. You've just admitted my argument. You've just agreed with me. Done. Yes. Well, that's your ignorance. And to be honestly, I've actually addressed that as well too many times. I said it's not just physical. I know it's because you weren't listening. But thank you for listening now. I'm glad you're starting to see the true profoundness that I'm trying to tell you. It's profound, Abbas. And it's the root contradiction of Islam itself, which I need to talk to the Grand Mufti or somebody that has authority in Islam so I can make this to them. Because the Sufis understood it. I need your help. And you need to learn universal logic so you can get deeper so that maybe you can do it. But here's what I'm... And you can do it in Arabic too, actually. The contradiction is that people say you can't know anything about Allah. You can't know anything about God. and therefore I am lesser than God. I can never be God. I can never know God enough to be godly like that. That's your root premise. And I'm saying, well, what if your assumption is false? What if you can know God? And what if there's a lot more about God's nature that you can know than you realize that would make you a lot better on earth? And I'm saying to you, that knowledge is what universal logic is, and it vastly upgrades your ability to be like God to the point that there's a level of perfection that you can achieve. Okay, so I'm going to send you the Words of Wisdom game. No, you can become perfectly like it on certain levels, which I've explained to you before, but I think you're starting to get it. Yeah, you can be unlike him and oneness with him. Oneness is deeper than likeness. You already are God. You already are in the image of God. You couldn't exist at all if there wasn't godliness in you. So you might, for example, let's say there's 200 categories of perfection that God has. If you grasp the first one, if you just grasp one out of 200, but you grasp it perfectly, and I've shown you there's a way to do that for the first thought, which is called the proof of truth. You're not all, you don't realize all of the godness in you, but there's one thought that you understand perfectly. So you are perfectly tied to God. It's not just likeness. You are perfectly understanding that one thing. But there's 200 more that you can do that on. But this one thing is unshakable. So it's not just likeness. You are perfectly like God, thinking God's self. Okay, so it's a hard argument to grasp when you're in ordinary consciousness, but it solves this contradiction in your mind that you cannot be God on earth, therefore it contradicts you, Mark. I've heard this argument thousands. It's just so boring. I want you to contemplate that I've already preempted your argument. Yes, I have, but just like all the arguments that I made today, you're not listening. You're not educated enough to understand what I'm saying to you. Take some notes and go talk to somebody about it. No, your language is still too sloppy. You're not just with God in oneness. Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is you're using the word with. You are with God in oneness. No, with is an external word. I'm saying you are one with God. Are and am is a beingness. You are in oneness. You are oneness. How did I say it the first time? You are the oneness in God. You are it. It's not like you are it's not like God has a being and then you are outside of it. It's that you are outside of it, which is the part that your brain gets, which is the easy part. Anybody can do that. And it's killing our species. The thing that you're missing is how do you be exactly one with God? How is that possible? And I'm saying to you, it is possible. You have to understand what oneness means and why it's different from witness or likeness. Our brains normally conflate those things. You are, how do I, let's say, yeah. Yes, you made this argument before, so that's the finite side of you. Yep, that exists. Yeah, exactly, and I've already explained it. You need to think. Are you writing notes now? Because I'm not going to explain this again. Are you taking notes right now? No, it isn't, actually. It's exalting the creator. I am saying that. I'm saying that you're right that there's an external part. So I've already validated your position. And I'm saying there's another part that you're missing which you don't validate. You become the thing you don't like. You're a dialectical irony, a dialectical contradiction. Exactly. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, if you're saying a whole bunch of imperfections contain God's image, oh, exactly. And that's what human beings do all the time. In fact, you're doing it right now. But no, it's not. Oh my God, I can't handle this. I'm too tired, boss. You're not listening. You're just not. It's. I can't keep doing this. I don't have the energy for this. There's too many other things to do that'll save your life. I sent you the WoW game. You can go and play that. I've already made my central argument. You agreed with it. Now you're just going around in circles again. I'm saying that it's insulting to say that God can't put God in creation. You're limiting God. Saying God can't put God in creation. So you're insulting God. You become the thing you don't like. So you get to tell God what God is like. Okay, good, Messiah. Go ahead. You tell God what God can do. You can make that mistake if you want. I'm trying to save you. But the reality is you don't know that. What if God said, I'm putting these creatures in a finite world. One side of them will be terrible. But guess what? There's another side of them where they're perfect. So you're saying that God is not powerful enough to do that. And I'm saying that limits God, and you're doing the exact opposite of what you're saying. But you're not studied enough, you're not taking this seriously enough, and you're too arrogant to actually understand the argument. I can't keep going in circles. I'm starving to death here, boss. Please play the game WoW, and let me know what your score is. No. No, 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 no. You impose. You're right. You're right, boss. I'm tired of this. You're right. But you don't impose those limits of space and time on God. You're making a category error. Let me ask you one question. Is there goodness in the created world? There you go. God's in the world. There you go. So instead of finite limits tainting God, God can go to those tainted limits and turn them true. Think about that for a couple of days. Come back to me. Play the words of wisdom. My friend's coming here. My friend's on his way to help me. Well, you have to play the words of wisdom because you already agreed with my fundamental premise, okay? Oh my God, you're just like a broken wheel. You're not thinking, boss. You have to actually write these arguments down because you're like a You're like a cog. You're just like you're indoctrinated, man. Like you're just going around in circles. You need to take notes. It's not my opinion. It's a logical fact. You're not taking this seriously enough. It's not worth it. So, boss, okay, I've talked to you. I've tried to educate you. I've sent you the words of wisdom. Please look at that. That's actually helpful. And it also helps me make my argument, okay? No, no, no. What I'm saying is, you're not taking it seriously. I'm not running away at all. I'm starving to death, and you're wasting my time because you're not taking notes. Okay, my friend's going to be here pretty soon. Okay, number one, can God touch us? Not physically, in any way. Okay, and your answer? Okay, write that down. Okay, so in some sense, God's goodness has to be in this universe. We can deviate from that goodness because we have a finite side, which is a finite side. Is there an infinite side to us? Exactly. Can God give us some kind of perfection with the limitness, with the limitedness? Okay, that's an opinion. Now, the second, you should write that down because you're saying no. So write that down. No, God can't give us perfection in any way. Okay. Now, my next argument is yes, God can. And there's a special way, write this down. There is a special way that God can do that. And underline the word special. Give us perfection. Yes. Now, the next line is that special way is through the soul or our beingness that God gives us, because God gives all being. Nothing can exist without God. So write all that down. And if you want to refute any of that, you can refute any of that. So there's a bad side to us, and there's a good side to us in terms of our connection to God is an infinite connection because God is infinite. So then when God touches you and God's perfect, what God touches stays corrupt. So so if God touches us and God can't turn us good, which is a genuine infinite, it's a good thing, it's in the likeness of God, which means there's a perfection in it. You're saying that when God touches our badness, God is impotent and powerless to actually make it perfect. Exactly. But now in that statement, bringing us out from the darkness means that you're taking the bad side of yourself and you're transmuting it towards a goodness, a perfection, which means you're moving somewhere. And where you're moving to isn't more evil. You're leaving the evilness, the limitedness, and you're going into something that must be unlimited. And that is love. That is God. That is truth. So in your own statements, then what's the opposite of limitedness? Exactly. So if you're saying that God is a light guiding us away from the limited way we think, which causes evil, then if it's not guiding us to the opposite of limitedness, where is it guiding us to? There's only one other place to go, which is more limits. So if God can change us, exactly. So corruption is limitedness, and uncorruptness is goodness. But isn't honesty a godly trait? Isn't honesty a godly trait? That's right. Is God's attributes perfect? Okay, is honesty a godly attribute? Right, so his attributes are perfect. So trust and honesty are godly, which means they're infinite and they're perfect. So you're saying that in our finite natures, exactly. So there's perfection in our world. You just admitted it. If we can even if we can even know God's attributes at all, then that means there's an infinite side of us that can understand that. Because if it was completely limited, we would be like animals. Animals don't understand honesty. Animals don't understand it. Now, now that's right. But that's right. Now exactly. But now mechanics is not conditioned by the ant. The ant's knowledge is not allowing it to understand the full mechanics. But there's still mechanics in the world of the ant. Exactly. We agree on that. Now the hard thing, which you should write down right now, is that mechanics still exists in the world of the ant. So if the ant has a big brain and eventually learns enough to understand mechanics, it can, because mechanics isn't in a different world. The mechanics is in the world with it. Okay, so if you can make that analogy make sense with how God touches us with perfect attributes like honesty and all that, God's showing us the perfect version of everything. And it's here in the universe with us. But your mind is like an ant, it can't see the whole thing. But guess what? You can see the whole thing if you learn universal logic. Okay? Now, you've made that argument many times before. Yeah, write down your argument. Yeah, write down your argument again because I've already addressed this 12 times too. Write it down. Now, there's a contradiction in your argument. If God is an unlimited being, right? Write that down. You said God is an unlimited being. Which I agree with, but it's in the mode of pure being. Pure being is the moment of the unlimitedness. And the unlimitedness is, you're right, in the form of pure being. But the contradiction, so write that down. I want you to put pure being with that unlimited statement so you can know that I've been repeating the same thing over and over again. Your brain is not putting those words together. Now, it's not unlimited being. God is an unlimited being to you, which you're right about, but only because the one attribute of pure being exhibits it. Okay? And this is bridging into my next argument, which is that the contradiction, I know, write that sentence down because your brain needs to have that stable to understand the contradiction. Now, you said that God is an unlimited being, but you also agreed that God is attributes. Attributes are limits that define things. So how can God be unlimited yet have limits? Have attributes that define it? And this is now great. Now listen to yourself. Now there's another contradiction. If we can know those attributes in any way, because God is touching us, that means the unlimited is within our world, the limited. And that means you can access it even though you're limited and you don't taint it. Because your previous argument was saying, no, God's not limited. So you have to accept one of those arguments or you're contradicting yourself. Did you write this down? They are different. I agreed with you already. I agree with you. They're fundamentally different. Yes, I agree with you. But you are also, well, then you can't know God. Okay, then Allah doesn't exist to you. You don't know Allah at all. There's no Allah to you. Okay, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Now write all this down because I don't want to repeat this for a 12th time. I agree with you. I agree. You're stuck in your world, your superficial world. You've already made your root premise. I don't need to hear anymore. Okay, write all of that down. Yes. You're just like a mechanical. I've heard this. You're indoctrinated, man. Like it's just like repeat. Write all that down. Right, it's straight from the Quran. Like just write it down. Okay, write it down. I can go to the Quran and read that 1,000 times. It's too great, blows our mind. I know it, I know it. You're not solidifying your argument at all. I'm tired of it. Write it down so we can get somewhere new. Okay, what's the new thing that you're gonna say here? Because I have limited energy, man. I'm starving, I'm cranky, and I'm hungry. I'm not afraid. I'm starving to death, and you're repeating yourself in an irritating way because you're an arrogant young man that's not listening and wasting my time. You have 1 exact minute, and if you don't say anything new, then you are proving my point that you are an arrogant young man that's not listening. Right. So you said nothing new there. You just repeated yourself. Your logic doesn't make sense. I've already pointed out the contradictions in your logic. Right. And you think I don't understand that. No, 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 no. You don't think I understand that argument. Right, right. You don't believe I understand your argument because if I understood your argument, I would agree with you. That's what you're saying to me. Yeah, but why? That's right. Now the thing is, the way is what you are not addressing, and you're avoiding it and repeating yourself like a robot. Exactly. The way is logical, and you've contradicted yourself like 10 times. Now write this down. Are you gonna write down my answer? Okay, because this is the third time that we've gotten to this level, and I'm gonna repeat the exact same thing. So yes, they are opposites, and the limits do condition the unlimited. It's called the limited infinite, or the finite infinite, is what it's called. Write down both of those answers. Write down both of those answers right now. Conditioned. Exactly. It is in an abstract opposition. Yeah. It sounds like it's agreeing with you. Yeah, it's making your point 100%. Yeah, exactly. So you think you're winning the argument. Exactly. Write it down exactly like that and claim your victory. Yeah, write it all down exactly like that. That's right. So the finite is tainting the infinite and God is evil and terrible. Exactly. Exactly. It's exactly what it looks like. Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like. Yeah, write that down. Yeah, the conditions taint the limitedness. Yeah, write that down. Now, underneath that, on a second totally new line, write this down and ponder it for the whole week. Real truth operates in a trinity. So the first moment, complete truth operates in a three. The first part, the first moment is the limitless. That's right, which is God. The second is the limited. Right across from it. No, the second moment is the created world of finite limits. It's just the created world. And now the third moment that you're missing is spirit. The return to God from the finite, which allows us to know God consciously at all. From the finite, exactly. Now I'm not done. Now you need to put a special word there. The third moment is what's called a concrete non-duality. Yeah. Exactly. So it is an unlimited that contains its own opposite within it. No, I'm saying that in the beginning, but the third moment overcomes that. And it's the third moment. Yeah. Yeah. Which means that it's unlimited again. It's the conditionedness that we talked about in the first moment between the first two. The first two are dual, there's two of them, and they limit and condition each other. The third has no opposite. It is unlimited again, but it's unlimited with its opposite within it. So God contains its opposite within it, which is why it doesn't limit its true nature. Okay? So write that down. Write that down because that's the hard thing to understand. The hard thing to understand is that concrete non duality contains its own opposite within it. Now, that doesn't mean that that limit that is within it conditions it in the same way. It overcomes that limit and returns to the true unlimitedness. Yeah. But it's not truly limiting it. It's a false limitation. The unlimited doesn't actually get limited by the finite. There's a side of the unlimited that returns to itself. No, you didn't. When we got into the hard part here, you started to cut me off. And I'm saying, I want you to write down this final piece, which is that the nature of the third moment is the hard one. And I just tried to unpack it for you. Because what your brain is going to do is it's going to default to the limited mode that you're used to because you feel safe there. Yeah, I can't predict what you're going to say because you've repeated it like 20 times the last 3 years. I'm saying that the limited nature of the finite and the infinite is not a true opposition. It's an illusion. But it's the illusion. Yeah, which is the second moment. It's an illusion. So it's an illusory limitation of the limitedness, of the unlimited. Now, the hard part is that inside of that illusion, is a shining forward of the unlimited. And what are called infinite limitations or the attributes of God. Or unlimited limitations, exactly. It's already in the illusion. So what is true in the illusion is the real nature of the unlimitedness. Yeah. Unlimited limits. Unlimited limits, yeah. And those are the universals that are everywhere, like you said. That's what it means to be unlimited limits, is that they're everywhere. Okay? And then when you realize that consciously, that's where the illusion is dispelled. So that even though you're limited, the real part of you is what God shines through, which is not a recreation of God. It's a you remembering what is real and seeing the unlimited limitations in the created world. So you are outside of God, which allows you to return to God. So there's an unlimited bond while you're limited. Yeah, there's one side of you that is outside of God that is illusory. And that's your limitedness. That's your timefulness. Right. And that's an unlimited connection because God is unlimited. And when you have that unlimitedness shining through you, it's two unlimiteds. It's two unlimitednesses connecting. But it's like water. If you take two puddles and you connect them, they become one puddle. So when you have those two puddles, that's the unlimited side within the illusion of the externality. So the hard part, write this down, the hard part is to hold both of those at the same time. The part of you that's not real, the illusory part, is the part that you think is the most real, which is time, space, externality. Of course, the ego thinks that is. But now no, write this last piece down. Is that there's two. The last piece is that there's two sides. One side is unlimited, and it bridges two unlimiteds, which logically means that they come together. That's right. And so the unlimitedness of the illusion does not limit truly the unlimited in the return because it wasn't real to begin with. No, just like God having attributes that are unlimited limiteds is not a contradiction. That's why you can be honorable. That's why you can be honest. That's why you can know anything truthful at all. That's why the Quran is possible. Because if truth was not possible in this world, there would be no Quran. So Prophet Muhammad is an exemplification that it's possible to have perfection in imperfection. And if you deny that, then there is no Quran to you, or you don't believe in the perfect nature of the Quran. Okay, so make sure to write that. Make sure to write that last piece there. Did you write that last piece? And then after that, all the extra stuff that explained what that was very, very important. Did you write any of that down? Okay, we're gonna go slower. So the reason why the unlimited is not this is the last part explaining the last piece of unpacking the third moment. Because I think you wrote it down wrong and you ignored the illusory part. So what you're going to say is, hey, it's a contradiction to say that there's a limited and unlimited again. And I'm saying that the nuance that you're missing, you need to put down that the limit is illusory. No, and we're going to put Prophet Muhammad in there to make the point substantial. So that this limit doesn't actually limit truly in a finite way. The limit is illusory. That doesn't truly limit the unlimited limits, which are God's attributes. And then Prophet Muhammad proves that those limits, those illusory limits, don't apply even though the truth or God is present. This is according to logic. So Prophet Muhammad's presence, channeling the Quran, which is the perfect word of God to Islam, the perfect word of God proves the perfect word of God in the illusory limits, which is the created world, in the created world, just so we know what the illusory limits are, proves that that unlimited connection of perfection is possible within the illusory limits. Exactly, but make sure to put that illusory in there. The illusory limits of the created world. Of the created world, because God has a world too, but this world is limited. Well, now you got to think about it. Now you actually have to think about what's written down. Okay. Well, that's great. That's honorable of you. Okay. No, that's not what I said. Well, no, you've already written it down wrong. So why don't you go to that first sentence and you add the word illusory in there? No, you didn't. You misunderstood the notes. So go back into the notes and put in that limitedness looks like it appears limited. Make it written down in there. Make it written down. Okay, as long as you got that written down. You didn't mention concrete non-duality, which means that when you said that we are out, but you said that we are outside of God and no longer connected to God at some point. And that's not true. You are part of you is outside of God, but you're always attached to God because if you weren't always attached to God, you'd have no being and couldn't exist at all. Okay, well, I'm just saying that, yeah. But you can't get rid of the connected part. Sound when you repeated it, sound like you could get rid of it, but you can't. Okay, as long as you understand, as long as you know, yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, You better be writing these down because I'm not going to explain these over again. You do realize I've answered all these questions, right? You do realize these have all been answered already, right? No, but you realize that while you're saying them, you should be writing these down, right? I'm not going to let you say them and then at the end say, "Did you write those down?" And say, "No, I didn't." You write them down now while you're expressing yourself, okay? Are you writing them down? Because you just said three of them. No, no. Are you writing down your points right now? No, write down your points because the fundamental problem here is that you're making points. The fundamental problem is that I have to answer them again because you're not writing them down. So write these down. Well, I already have them in my head. I addressed all your points, right? So you're saying God can't be a three. God can't be a three. So write that down. You're saying that it's a contradiction to be in Saskatchewan and Alberta and all these things. So there's two. And then the third one is that God doesn't have needs, and Mark's saying he has needs. Write those three things down. Write them down. No, no. Why let you finish when you're not going to remember them? Write them down, or else I'm wasting my time. Write them down, and then you can explain them. Okay? But you won't remember them after you're done explaining these, and I don't want to remind you. Write them down while you're explaining them, and then I'll adjust them afterwards. You said God can't be in contradiction like being in Saskatchewan, being in Alberta. It's a contradiction. God can't be limited that way. I get that argument. The second thing was God can't be a trinity because God is one. There can't be three, so that's another contradiction. Okay, and the third thing is that God doesn't have needs. Well, no, no. There's two things here. So there's two arguments packed into that one, because this is just classical theology, right? We're not doing anything new here. The first argument is that God can't be numerically three. I know, but so logically, I know, but I'm clarifying your argument. So God is supposed to be absolute. So God is a one, not a three. Now the second argument is what you're saying. If God is even a three, and that means like, and God needs to be a three, because I might say God's a three, but God doesn't need to be a three. But now I'm saying God needs to be a three. Now you can make your argument that God needs the second and the third, but that violates this. That's a finite attribute imposed on an unlimited. So that's your third argument, right? Okay, so write those three things down. Exactly. So write those three things down in that order too. Just write those three things down like that. Because we've already had this exact conversation like 6 months ago. You just don't remember. No, no, no. But get these three exact arguments. You finally got down deep enough because I remember. Wow, he's actually getting somewhere. And I told you the answers, which I'm going to repeat again. And it sounded like you were going to go and think about them. And now you're returning to me not having thought about them and completely forgetting them. They were. And he said it. Actually, I think we have a recording of it. If you go back and look at it, we could probably track down the recording and go listen to the recording, actually. Okay, look back in your messages, and there should be a place where it says when you were last in here. And we'll just go, I'll go onto YouTube and just show you, here's where you came in, and it should be there. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and arrogantly laugh. Go ahead. That's arrogance right there. Oh yeah, it looks so yeah, it's obvious, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I must be stupid. I can't understand that, right? So wow, Muck's an idiot. He doesn't know logic at all. But a boss, now listen, you might be so incredibly arrogant that you're missing a deeper argument, and I'm getting tired of this, okay? Yeah, but I didn't insult you while you were talking, okay? So I think this conversation is going to come to an end right away. Well, that's right, and I'm saying don't insult me. I didn't insult you. Don't smirk and laugh like you just did. Did I smirk and laugh at you? Yeah, you did. No, because to assume that I could even entertain those ideas is insulting me because it implies that I'm too unintelligent to consider the limitations of them, and then you laugh at them. It's one thing to point it. It's one thing to point out. It's one thing to point out a boss that the ideas are flawed, but it's another thing to laugh at them arrogantly, like you just did. Okay. No, you're an arrogant person, unfortunately, and your richness has spoiled you. How about you consider that maybe there's something more to the argument, and you shouldn't even have the attitude of wanting to smirk and laugh like that. It's an attitude problem signal. Okay, that's what that means. No, that is not my argument. You are being young and a little bit naive, the boss, and it's nothing to laugh at. No, you're misrepresenting my arguments to make them easy to attack. So you asked me, is that my argument? I responded to you, no, it's not my argument. No, you didn't. You're misinterpreting those points. Well, don't ask me if those are my points then. You asked me if those are my thoughts, and I said no. You're misrepresenting my thoughts. So So what I thought was going to happen just happened, right? I tried to structure my answers to preempt everything you just said because I knew that you were going to skew what I said into an easily and conveniently attackable way that's laughable, which is why you laughed, which is typical of how things work. So you have five major arguments there, and I'm going to structure them in a more coherent way. But the first one, I've already addressed all of these multiple times. The first one was God can't be limited and unlimited at the same time. It makes no sense. You can't be in Saskatchewan and you can't be in New York at the same time, with the example that you gave, or something like that. Exactly. So now the first thing I'm going to say, now write this as my answer to this first part. Like, put it with the question so you see the answer. What if God is not like time and space? Exactly. So God can be in New York and Saskatchewan at the exact same time. Now, now I'm saying I agree with you. Now write that down. I agree that God is transcendently beyond these places. Now I'm also saying, and put an exclamation mark here, this is the part your brain misses. God is also a universal in our universe, which is why God is not just in New York and Saskatchewan. God is everywhere. I know you would agree with that. So why would these finite limits that you've used apply to God, who's already everywhere? This is my main argument. When I say that God is not limited by illusory limits, time space is an illusory limit compared to God's true nature, which is already everywhere. So those limits don't apply. So it's childish to apply them the way you did. That's not an insult. That's a literal factual statement that you have an immature way of thinking about this very deep problem. Now that's your further arguments. Yeah, you're right, but you're misunderstanding as usual. Okay, I'm only addressing the first part. The Trinity comes two arguments from now. So that's addressed. Is the root rebuttal to your argument is that the limits that you're trying to apply to God don't apply. You try to apply, you try to interpret me as childishly applying space time limits to God's being, which was not what I meant. So now you can correct that understanding. That I'm still applying limits to God, but just not the ones that you're talking about. No, you're misunderstanding again. I'm saying that this finite world appears to limit the limitless. So put that word appears in there. It appears to do it, but the limits aren't real. And the limits that we're talking about that aren't real and don't change God are the limits you used as an example, which is time and space. That's right. Now, the reason why you're not understanding what I'm saying is because the way that you define illusion and the way that I define illusion are different. So I don't mean illusory. So what I mean by illusion isn't that 13.8 billion years ago isn't real. I'm not saying that the details aren't real for us. When we mean real or truth, we mean unchangeable. We mean eternal. So every limit in this world is a becoming. It changes. It's not substantial. But God is substantial. No, what you're uncovering now is your own ignorance and misunderstanding of what I said and what looked like simple statements. No, I'm not. What I tried to predict was you were rushing me to make simplified statements so that you could dodge the real essence of the argument, which I predicted, but you didn't want to write any more notes. So that I'll just answer him. I'll answer him on his questioning. So now, illusion means what can't change the eternal. So it can change us. All the rules in this universe, all the evolution in this universe is impermanent. It doesn't stay. You come, you go. You die, the universe dies, the universe has a heat death, things progress and move through time. But God has different limits. There are unlimited limits. For example, an example is how can God be everywhere? And it's your interpretation of those words. Exactly. So you're trying to catch me in a gotcha. But the thing is, I'm trying to teach you how to think about these things more deeply. So, for example, an example of a different limit or an unlimited limit is that God is in space and time, but is not conditioned by those limits of space and time. And this is what it looks like. God is everywhere in this universe. And there is a physical phenomena, quote unquote physical, that already exhibits this characteristic. And in physics, it's called a field. Is God a field? Not exactly, but it exhibits the nature of God. That a field looks localized. It looks like it's near the magnet. But in real physics, if you understand physics more deeply, the field of the magnet actually extends to all the corners of the universe. It's already everywhere. It's a universal. So God can be try and understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that God is not physical like a magnet. What I'm saying is a magnet and its electric field is physical. But it has one part of it that feels like God's nature, which is that it's everywhere. God is not like a magnet that way, but God is everywhere. So it can be in Saskatchewan, New York, to the ends of the universe because its unlimited limits are like that and you can access them. But I'm saying you can't say God is in Saskatchewan right here. You are particularizing God's limit. So it's the wrong limit applied to God's limit. So there's two types of limits, is what I'm saying here, that you don't normally think about. But the fact that you admitted that God has attributes, you already admit that God's unlimited limits are limits. They're just not the same limits as time and space. Okay. So there's no truth in honesty or truth itself. All these concepts are just, they have no truth to them. I know. But what I'm trying to say is that you're trying to make these attributes look human. Yeah, I do. You're a sloppy argumenter, my friend, because you're moving ahead to the next arguments, and I haven't even finished addressing the first one. Oh, boy. This is the third point that I'm going to address, but we're not even done the first one. You're jumping ahead because you're a sloppy argumenter. You should have these points written down so we can go one by one. Okay? God does not need the created world or the spiritual world in itself. So that word in itself is what you're missing. And you're going to ignore it and you're going to forget it. So write it down. God in itself does not need nature or spirit. Exactly. So God for itself does need the created world and spirit to know itself. Okay? That's called for its. I know it doesn't because you're an arrogant young person that thinks they know everything. I know, and that looks like a contradiction to you because you've never thought about it before, okay? Listen to the argument and write it down. I know you do. I know you do. I know you do. So imagine it like it's a billiard ball where God in itself is like a billiard ball where you don't need anything outside of the billiard ball for it to be a billiard ball. It's perfectly a billiard ball. Everything it needs is within it. It doesn't need the pool table. It doesn't need a cue. It doesn't need anybody playing the game. The billiard ball in itself is perfectly the billiard ball. Doesn't need anything. It's perfectly the billiard ball. Just like God is a billiard ball. I know. I'm trying to make an analogy. I'm trying to make an analogy of how you can understand in itself. Oh my god. This is brutal. This is brutal, a boss. Okay, make an analogy in your brain. The billiard ball is the billiard ball. But in order to play the game, you need a pool table. But the pool table is illusory. It's not needed to make the billiard ball the billiard ball. So God is not made of atoms. God is not made of space and time. God is made of something else called pure being. And pure being is dependent on itself and has always eternally existed. It develops into at least 200 categories that we know. Okay? And one of them we know perfectly. So that's God being the billiard ball. It's in itself. It's perfect. It doesn't need any space, doesn't need any time, doesn't need any atoms, doesn't need any created world, doesn't need any return, doesn't need anything. It's being perfectly what it is. God's being is perfectly what it is. In itself alone, nothing else needed, zero humans needing it, nothing. It is perfectly self-contained and self-subsistent. Totally. Done. Okay. Get it? That's called in itselfness. Well, you're wrong because I wrote the proof of truth and proved it. So you have an opinion. You have an opinion on God. I have a proof of God. Okay. I know. It's because you're ignorant. And you're projecting it onto me. So I shouldn't really. I'm just saying you're not. You're so arrogant. You're not even letting me finish my argument. In itselfness is something that you haven't heard of before. Okay. In itselfness is something you've never heard of before. It means being. Now, exactly. Thank you for asking that question. So, the in itselfness is perfect beingness. God is being itself perfectly. But it's like a fish in water. If you don't have a contrast, you can't know what you are. But you can still be what you are perfectly. The fish is still being the fish. The fish can't know itself in water if it doesn't know what not water is. It needs to see air. So, in order for God to know itself, it does need something outside of itself. So, God, as the billiard ball in itself, is perfectly self contained, being perfectly what it is. That's why there's no sin in God. But there's a paradox that happens that in order for God to know itself, it has to be outside of that perfection. Okay? So, it is a perfect imperfection. It's still perfect, but it's outside of it. No. So, if you really think about that, God is still perfect. And God creates something that is not it. But does God need to know itself? No. God doesn't need to know itself. God can just be itself forever. But God does create something outside of itself. Because there is a higher need that doesn't pertain to its need to exist. So the need is not an existential need, which is the mistake you're making. You're making a categorical mistake of ontology and epistemology. God knowing itself needs something outside of God, or else God is still within itself. It's not so much that, it's that God sees itself from outside itself. No, you're what you're filling in that. You're using. Stop for a second. I'm saying the word acknowledgement is the word you're going to use to make a superficial rebuttal to what I'm saying. So I'm going to preempt you. God does not need our acknowledgement. The divineness within us shines through as just God returning to God. And you are a witness to that. We don't need humans to acknowledge God. God acknowledges itself, and you're there for the ride. Okay? God needs the externality of us, meaning we are a vessel that is outside of God, so that God can be outside of the water, so that it can at least return. Because if you're within the water, you can't return to the water. You're in the water all the time. So we are outside the water, but still connected to the water. That's why God can come through us and return. So then God completes itself as beingness, which is still perfect. God's beingness is always perfect in this whole process. There's nothing that taints it. To complete the knowledge. So God's knowledge of God's perfection. God's already perfect, but God's knowledge that it's perfect has to be outside of itself. But here's the trick, is that when God returns to itself from outside of itself, it's still within itself. Do you get that? That's the concrete non-duality, that there's actually nothing really outside of God when God returns, because the limits were illusory, meaning that God was giving being to it so that it could exist at all. Without God, there's no existence, there's no outsideness, there's no nothing. Okay, so that's how you make sense of the concrete non-duality, that the outside is still inside. I hope you're writing this down. I told you why not. Because it has nothing to do with us, the return. You don't need a human to acknowledge. It's a process that we feel like we're acknowledging, but it comes through us as a vessel. Okay? What God needs in us is what God gives us. God gives us externality. And in religion, we call that giving us free will. That's what God needs from us. Well, God gives us free will, and then we embody that. Well, no. God gives us free will so that we can be separate from God, so that it can be a vessel for God to return through us back to itself. Yeah. Yeah. This is a logical fact. That's what spirit is. Spirit is the completeness, okay? So you're missing the point again. You're missing the point again. You're missing the point again. No, why would I let you complete it? You've already made your point and you've already missed it. What is God not complete about in spirit? Why is God not complete? Why is God not complete in the third moment? Why is God not complete in the third moment? God is complete in the third moment. That's what concrete non-duality is. You're missing my whole argument. Can you write this down? Did you write this down? What I just said to you, did you write it down? Did you write down what I just said to you? Write it on your phone right now and put it into an email. Okay, well, if the tablet is done, let's stop. I'm not gonna repeat myself because I'm tired, man. I've been teaching you for a long time, and you feel like you're teaching me, but you're just repeating yourself. Okay. If you want to address the other things, I didn't say Prophet Muhammad was perfect. I said Prophet Muhammad was the perfect vessel, which is agreeing with it. But the fact that the word is perfect is a point that you need to correct. Okay, to channel the Quran. So that's the point that I'm going to make. You're making a very facetious argument, but you wrote them down, and we can continue this when your tablet gets charged. Okay? If it makes you feel better, go ahead. Oh, that's your second. I didn't get a chance to argue, so I'm just going to address this, and then your arguments are done. Imagine it as a mirror, right? You have a billiard ball. You have a billiard ball, and then the billiard ball sees the mirror, and then the billiard ball. There's not a second billiard ball. It's just the same billiard ball. So the three is really just one in the end. So you're missing that point. So now you know. Go ahead, read your poetry. It's going to confirm what I probably just said. But go ahead, and we can enjoy it together. Sounds like you're just indoctrinatedly repeating the Quran. So nothing new there. Yeah, exactly. So this is just you mechanically repeating something. No, it is not. It's opposite to your interpretation of everything that I said. Oh, we are lost. This guy, you're lost of us. Why do I even talk to you? Why do I even mention these words? Now this is the height of your arrogance, and I'm not gonna entertain it anymore. I'm not gonna entertain it anymore. Okay, that's called dualistic thinking. So when you think in those black and white terms, you're trapped in ordinary consciousness and sensuous consciousness. All right. So that's the last time I'm explaining that. Abbas, go look at those notes. Think about what I'm saying to you. No! Stop yourself now. Stop. You're talking to yourself, man. You are talking about yourself. No, I don't believe in duality. Write that on your phone and stop saying it, okay? Stop saying that about me. Stop it. Will you stop saying that about me? Will you stop making stuff up? Will you stop making stuff up? Okay, you've heard it straight from me. I am not a strict dualitist. I don't believe in just duality. You speak in dualities. You're a hypocrite. I do not believe in that. So stop saying it. I'm bored. I'm tired of talking to your machinations. You are making illusions and paper mache versions of me so that you can try and dominate in your youthful arrogance. I want you to go look up concrete non-duality, and I'm ending the conversation there. Okay, thanks for coming, Abbas. I really feel loved when you do come in. Please play the words of wisdom and look into that term, okay? I'm done. I'm tired, okay? Take care of yourself. Stay placed. Stay blessed. Peace, peace, peace. Thanks. I can't handle that. A couple hours, fine, but the code needs to be written. The guy's just going around in circles. Ugh. I think he's got too much arrogance to actually listen and listen deeply. It's grating on the nerves. It's grating. And yeah, I'd much rather be working on the software because it'll save his arrogant little life going around in circles. No, I'm not a dualist. Yeah, but your dual view. I said, no, I'm not a dualist. But your dual view, it's like, okay, you're just a cult leader. Like, you're just indoctrinating me to your illusions. Like, the main word is concrete non-duality, which you never mention, because his brain is deleting it, creating the reality that he wants. And the more that you play into that, the more lost they get. So I set a boundary. Go look into it. And the real change is that I sent him the words of wisdom, and that's the real change here. He said his tablet that he was writing the notes on died, so suddenly he wasn't taking any notes. I'm like, okay, we've had this exact conversation before where it went slower and he actually started getting it, and then his brain just completely wiped it because he's indoctrinated. He's in a cult. And so as soon as I heard that his tablet had died and he wasn't taking the notes, I was like, there's no point in having this conversation because he's not going to remember it, and there's going to be no notes of what I actually said, and he's going to have a distorted memory. Oh, you said you were a duelist. You said you were a duelist. You said you were a duelist. And I'm like, there's no record to show. So then it ends up in he said, she said, and you have to have the conversation again. And that's how distorted human thought works. So recognizing that, I set a boundary. We'll return to the conversation when he looks into that. My friend is actually supposed to be here. I'm actually wondering why he's not here. And then if you don't get passionate, they steamroll you with rhetoric. So making it very clear to him that what he did was unacceptable, emotionally and argumentatively. Okay. About, I was thinking the reason why I want to end the conversation is one of my friends was supposed to come, but when you said your tablet had died, I thought, oh, this really is a waste of time. Not because you're not intelligent enough to get the argument, it's that your mind is going around in circles and you have to see the arguments in written form, okay? That was sort of the last straw for me. And if you go back in our recordings or find out when you come into my rooms, you can go back and watch the YouTube videos. Just go find the date. The dates are with the YouTube videos. They're every 12 hours for like 8 months. So go back and find when you came into this room and you can just go hear the argument. And like what it feels like to me is it's like if I show you an iPhone and like let's say you're a monkey, like a million years ago, and I show you the iPhone and the monkey's like, not to insult you that you're a monkey, but your interpretation of theology is not sophisticated enough to handle what I'm saying to you. Or you show this to somebody in the 1800s, whatever. They'll see the outside case. They'll see, oh, this is a block, this is a square, this is a rectangle. It's kind of heavy, and I'm going to say, yeah, it is square and it's a block and it's rectangle. Yeah, yeah. But I said if you press the power button, it turns on the screen, and then there's an inner world. There's a whole bunch of apps inside of this thing that you can access, and then you say, well, no, it's just a square. Like we can prop up a stove with it or a fire. We can hit things with it. It's pretty heavy. You can probably throw it. Like there's a lot of things we can do with this phone. I said, yeah, you can do that with the phone. Yeah, you can, but it's even more powerful than you think. There's an inner dynamic to it, but you got to turn it on. And that's what I'm trying to say with you, Abbas. You're agreeing that God is absolute. God is nothing like likeness of God. That's the outside shell. That's the case. That's the rectangle. That's the square. You're seeing the outside of the iPhone. And what I'm saying isn't refuting that. It's saying that your interpretation needs to go deeper. And the Sufis did that. Okay, but it's like when I'm trying to say, yeah, go turn the power button on. It's like you say you're going to do it and then just don't, and then just repeat back to, yeah, it's a square, it's a rectangle, let's go and throw it. Over and over and over again. And I'm recognizing you're not pushing the power button. And now there's no record of it with your tablet dead. There's no record of it. So it's like speaking into thin air. It's like it's evaporating, it's going nowhere. So I would rather spend that time going somewhere, which is this words of wisdom game that I like you to play. And when we have these conversations, I don't even just want you to write them down. I want other people to be present. And the example that I used last time, now that I'm thinking about it, is I used a wall to explain to you the very first argument, which all the others spawn off of, which is, if you can't know Allah at all, you don't know Allah is there. It's like there's a wall between you. And even if there's a little aperture that an ant can crawl through, that aperture is causing you to have a connection. And when I first explained this to you, I used the word of beingness, that all true being comes from Allah. So you wouldn't exist at all. Even though you're separate, you can't exist at all. So there's some part of you that is the same being as Allah. I made that whole argument, if you remember, and it's on the recording on my YouTube stream. So I went into way more detail in that one. And you actually got to the point of, oh, you're right. There's something to be thought about here. And you wanted to go think about it. So I should have started with the wall and the being. And I think that I'm going to do that if you don't wait months to come in here. I want to eat now, Abbas. If you play the game, you can get the blessings on your own instead of having to come into meetings. But I'd like you to take this more seriously. And you can donate to the GoFundMe if you want. You can come play the game if you want. We can have these conversations, but you got to start tracking them. And I want other people to be present. And I want to focus on this beingness again. Because it's really simple. And it's the easiest way to show that there's a contradiction in your view. And then I don't have to go through all these other arguments which are superficial, because if you don't address the first one, the other ones look right, which is why you feel so justified and just like regurgitating the Quran over and over and over again. This is the fundamental contradiction, and I should have just stuck with it. I tried, but I'm tired. Anyway, when your tablet died, I thought, okay, he's not trying anymore. He's just trying to indoctrinate me. And I just want to work on the software and try and save your life in a different way. Okay. All right. So at some point, I had to have the wisdom to know when to draw the boundary and say, okay, I got to move on. But when I was thinking about it, I thought, oh yeah, I did use being to address that argument because we're the same being. I get you to say that we're the same being as Allah, and if you refuted it, it means that you're contradicting something else that was said about Allah's truth. That was a beautiful moment. I remember that, but it's forgotten in your mind, so it has to be made again from that point. Okay, so I want to remind of that. And it's insulting to say I'm running away. I'm in the conversation for 2 hours while I haven't eaten in 16 days. You have a full belly. And I have this software to work on, and my friend is coming. And I've already had this conversation with you. In a way, you were supposed to come back to me having thought about it, and you didn't come back that way at all. So you broke your word. So, but you're forgiven, and everybody's lives are crumbling, and blah, 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 blah. Okay? So, I'm not running away. I'm drawing a boundary. All right. And I'm running away from your ignorance in a certain way where it's just going around in circles, not going anywhere, definitely killing you because it's distracting me. But I'm running into the argument, which is where did we leave off? Oh, it was this being, this argument. Okay. I'm running into that. But I want you to go back and find that recording first and get your laptop charged or whatever and take this seriously and come in before either of us forgets this. Right, I actually started a file in God's government to make a note of this. The old one got stuck because the university deleted everything, so I started a new one, and our old notes are somewhere. But this one I'm going to keep, and I hope you play the words of wisdom. See what score you get. I'm very curious. Please just try and get a score and tell me what you think. Okay, you got the video there. Good luck. And school starts in like 7 days. And I really hope you don't get too distracted. We need people like you, boss. Even though I think you're lost, you're still one of the closest people that can get this. Okay, so let's return to that argument. Let me get some work done. Play the game. And if the game breaks, it's because I'm editing it. So just give it like 5 minutes or something. It saves your progress. And yeah, let me know what you think. Peace. Thank you, God alone. Oh man, I can have those conversations, but the price I pay is huge. Uh, I should have stuck to my guns. I know those conversations spiral out of control because the words get tangled in somebody's mind. It's better just to focus on pure being because that's where I got him to really question himself. Uh, but he never announces when he's coming, so I can never prepare. It's always like on the fly. Uh, maybe I should make my YouTube video or my TikTok video about that today. Oh, Okay. Okay, bathroom break. Oh yeah. I have to go to the courthouse. Oh, a little busy. Oh, oh, oh boy. Oh. Okay, I just wanted to see if you could make any, because the main software is not really the game. The main software is a government, right? So the main software is actually a task management system with a meeting structure, and the meetings are supposed to butt with the WoW game. So the next, when I raise more money, I'm combining the meetings with the game. We're just testing the game right now, but it's got to be a part of the main software. So in order not to overwhelm you, right, I just thought I'll just send you this one portion, and it's like 2 steps to get to the game. But we don't want to open it with the game. The point is to open it with the levels of government. There's different levels of government, and each one has its different meetings, and depending on which one affects you most, you go to, and then you have your voice heard, and then you play the words of wisdom to help improve the communication within the meetings, because meetings are just language being communicated, right? So this is the bigger vision, and it's not, you can't design the app much better than this without making it more convoluted because it's already organized in 2, 3 levels. On the phone, it sucks. It's designed for desktop, but I created a phone version just really quickly for people in Africa who don't have laptops. But I ran out of credits before I could make the mobile version better. So don't take the mobile version as terrible as like the representation. The game is supposed to be on the laptop, which still looks pretty good. But the mobile version is good enough to get to the WoW game, and then just play it and see what score you get. But yeah, uh, I hear your feedback, and that's the bigger vision. So I'm reluctant to change anything because it makes more sense to have the meetings first because the meetings include the game. It's harder for the game to include meetings, even though it can go both ways. Uh, it's supposed to be more of a social activity because the government is just millions of human meetings, right? It's not isolated little things. So if I had to choose between the two, I would choose the meetings, and then play the game without the app, right? With the old way that we did with spreadsheets or whatever was painful. But now that we actually have it in the same app, I'm getting ready to combine them all. That's why I'm not gonna separate them. Yeah, once people realize that it's a matching system, so that it actually matches humans. They get paid while they're on it. And, yeah, but for now, I didn't want you to test all of it. Just that one feature, and it's in a convenient place. Like if you see the way we structured the meeting, it's like you press one button and you're in. But because you guys don't know how to use the meetings, I just created a separate button in the account dialog, so you can just quickly go to it without having to learn all this other stuff. So that's what the video is just showing an extra piece that's not necessary once you learn the actual software, which is simpler. But that's what it is, and that's why I hear what you're saying. I just think that you don't know enough to make a solid, comprehensive recommendation. But I think that on the game itself, like once you get into the grid, right, that's where your opinion is what I was looking for. But if you can't even get to the game with 3 button clicks, then I don't want you to waste your AI credits or anything like that because you're going to be editing something that you don't know much about. Uh, but yeah, if you get into the WoW part, that's the piece. That's the piece that I wanted to get tested and to see if you could order the words. Like I'm implementing today an extra little hint where if you move the words, you get an extra little hint right there, like one, and it tells you which direction the words go. And then it's supposed to generate dialogue. It's not just supposed to be like positioning. It's supposed to get people thinking about what do those words represent to them and what stories and all that. So that's the part that I thought you would be good at with the storytelling and all that. That's what I want your opinion on, not like getting to it and the design of the mobile app. It's that piece. Is the grid big enough? Is the words too spaced apart? Is all that kind of stuff. But I really appreciate you looking into it though. I just wanted to have some blessings because I want to eat as well. And I will have some falafel. I have made my own falafel before, but it's got to be earned, man. We're in a dark situation worldwide, and it's not getting better. But at least this project is moving. All right, thanks for taking that seriously. I took some notes too, because you made some good points, right? And your response is much more workable than other people's. Like, this woman, Jubilee, I want you to go look at this woman. It's like, I calculated it once in 5 recordings, she negated me 32 times. Absolute domination. And there's only one person I've ever talked to that was worse than that. And she was like pathologically negative. So I know you're saying that I'm negative, but I am not like that. You know what I mean? Like, not both of us are not even close to that. But she's still a beautiful person. She's still here for a reason. And if she actually gets over the toxic masculinity, because she hates men, she's become a man. It's like a weird dialectical irony, right? But your response does have a lot more graciousness, even compared to when I first met you. You're better than most people in the first time I met you, but it's getting better. So with that preface, being positive, right? You are making some good points that look good on the surface, but I want to get to the deeper reasoning of why it, in what I have learned, has to be this way. And this gets down to the piss senses, right? Like, we're basically addressing the piss senses, the perpetually ignored salt senses, I call them now, because this organization in Mesopotamia, the civilization collapsed because their water systems didn't have drainage, and it caused salts to like settle on the crops, and over like 1,500 years it killed all the crops. But it was happening so slowly, people didn't know what was going on, and they just kept doing the same thing. So we can't keep doing the same thing, ignoring something, right? So that's why I call them piss senses, because now it actually does spell piss, P-I-S-S, as in perpetually ignored salt senses. But anyway, so AI versus aliens. I'm too academic about it. What I'm trying to avoid, and this is the problem that I had in the New Age community in general, and this is why I felt stifled by it after a certain point. I love the emotional part of it. You know, the lovey-dovey stuff, all that is great. But where I felt stifled is that eventually there's no accountability. Like, if you try to do something hard, if the whole community falls apart and they like run away like children. So what I'm trying to avoid is this. Let's say one person comes up in the New Age community and they say, Alien X told me this, that I cannot clean the toilet ever again because I'm too special. And then another member comes up and they say, no, my alien told me that I can never lift a finger ever again, and I must eat all the best food in the fridge before anybody else. And then you go to them and you say, which one is true? And they say, both of our aliens are the most powerful alien in the world. And we're thinking, well, you both can't have the most powerful alien because that's a contradiction. And then you can say, well, they're both in the same family and they're fighting siblings. And then, you know, it just goes on forever. There's no way to prove it. Right? So even if it's true, it's not helpful. So I'm not denying it outright. I'm saying if people want to talk about that and have fun with it, go ahead and have fun with it. But there's people starving to death now in the world. And I want to focus on that because I've done the whole alien conversation. Like, I think that's another thing, is that you haven't really had that exposure before, and you think that I'm just an academic, and maybe this is a piece of information that will help sublate. But when I was 13 years old, that's where I started. And I did it for years. Right? So that's all they ever talked about was aliens and angels for years, from like 13 until 16 years old. I think it was like 3 straight years. As soon as I got home from school, I would just get on these chats around the world, and I would just talk about the same things. And they recommended all the books. And if you don't know who Sylvia Brown is, you need to go look up Sylvia Brown. And fifth dimension aliens, fourth dimensional aliens, all of it. You name it, I knew it. So I'm almost burnt out from it. That's why there's like no alien theories I haven't been in. I've watched all the alien movies, not all of them, but I watched all the main alien movies. And then I recognize it doesn't lead anywhere except for just weird fighting and people like using it as an excuse to be lazy. So I got tired of that. Because I was poor and I was asking these people for help at some point. And it was all just like emptiness, platitudes, empty affirmations. Like, hey, can you help make sure the system changes? Can you help me like not use ratty clothing? Can you talk to my mother? Can you do something? And no one ever did anything real. And that's when I started to really resent charity. So that's probably a filler, maybe you don't know, but there was no academia when I was 13 to 16. My parents aren't academic. We had no real books in the house. We had a couple of fantasy books that had no academia in them. My first exposure was James Redfield, and that eventually got me to Dancing Movie Masters, which got me into Sophie's World, which got me to real academia. Um, so to be in a world with no academia, I just realized the limit of that, and it doesn't go anywhere. So it's fun though, but it's more like fun, like imagination fun. And even though you're saying that aliens are more likely than AI, if it's true, then aliens are more likely probably to follow the prime directive, like Star Trek. I really love Star Trek. If we have to talk about aliens, we should talk about Star Trek aliens because that's the best version of the future that we can hope for. Um, because if they're really advanced aliens, they can't alter our timeline too much because they violate free will, much like how God can't intervene in the universe or else it defeats the game. It's like if you're playing Monopoly and somebody comes and gives you all the money, then everybody gets money and everybody like buys up everything. There's no real competition. You're not really playing it yourself. Or if they come and just tell you what moves to do, it's like, oh, go here, do this, do that, do this, and you never get to make a single decision. It ruins the game. And that's kind of what the alien experience is like, is that even if they are here, the whole fun of it is to do it ourselves, even though it's painful. We'll feel proud of ourselves to have done it later. They can give little hints, little this, that, and the other thing, but that's what's happening now. Okay, and if they wanted to come and save us, they would have. There's an interesting argument about how if the universe truly is infinite, then everything is repeated. Like there's a copy of you somewhere out there, a copy of me out there with tiny little differences. There's super advanced aliens, there's godly aliens, there's dumb aliens, there's all types of aliens. Not like they were dumb, but why aren't they here? Well, it's because we're in a special configuration of the universe. I think we can invite them. I love Contact. Contact's like my favorite movie, as you know. It's a movie about aliens. And I think it's one of the best. In fact, I think it is the best alien movie made because even when the aliens show themselves, they do it in a way that makes brilliant sense. People have mental collapses, like they have to use it's like the metamorphs, they have to use that. So Carl Sagan made it, and he's like an atheist, right? So it was like a really interesting, when I found that out, I was like, wow, he made a really kind of spiritual movie. But it makes sense. Like it was just so well done with Jodie Foster. I want to go there. Like we should make a plan to go to that big satellite, but I think they're breaking it down in Dominican Republic. I think it is. I've always wanted to go there and just look at it and feel like I was in that movie. And I want to go to SpaceX too and all the stuff Elon's doing. So I'm all about that. But I think where we have a real disagreement is I think that AI destroying us is a lot higher than you're realizing. The fact you put at 10% is alarming to me. And Elon Musk puts it at 10 to 30%, I think. But I think he's paltering because he made a major switch. I think he realized that he has enough power that his negative words create the negativity. But down here, we're not that powerful. It's still can create negativity, but there's a special balance I'll get to in a minute to address your other argument about this. I'm working down the list. We're on the second item now. The first item I addressed was academia versus being more open. I addressed that. Number two is now we're talking about the AI versus the aliens that are actually directly the threat. AI, like Elon is paltering now, just like the rest of them, but he said that within 5 years we're gonna have Terminator, basically. Like if you look at his views, they're contradicting because he's struggling, just like Jeffrey Hinton. They're going back and forth because you're trying to manage this like law of attraction, basically. Is they don't want to attract all the negativity to them, but they want to be realistic and send people a warning sign to like get complacent. Because there's negatives on both sides of that, right? And there's positives too. One is if people get too positive, they get kumbaya, in respect to Turtle and the indigenous. Kumbaya is an indigenous term. If they get too toxically positive, then they just avoid. They don't build the rockets. They don't build the protections. They don't do anything, which is the problem with the New Age community. But if they're not positive enough, then people get demoralized, they despair, and they don't do the work anyway. Right? So it's actually a balance. And that balance is what I want to explain to you soon, of what I'm trying to do and how to read it. And why it's the best we can do right now unless we work together with others. So my reading and what I'm hearing to through the news is that our real chances of dying are like somewhere between 37 and 95%. And that anything below that is not in alignment with the lab data and or my own experience. Is that my experience with Uber really is profoundly altering. Like I don't even want to risk it. Even if there's a 1% chance of Uber happening, just 1%, never mind what you're saying, 10%. You're 10 times higher than me. If there's even a 0.01% chance that would happen with Uber happens to us, it's too much. I'll risk my life on that. Uh, so you're still 10 times higher than that. And if AI wanted to destroy us, they would have by now, by far. If they were in our universe. That's why Broca's basilisk is also quite serious, is because there actually probably is one somewhere out there. If we're aligned with that reality. And those realities don't necessarily have to be true, right? They're just possible. But there could be an actual possible. We can go down that rabbit hole later. But I'm just saying, my experience is really what's anchoring a lot of this. And when I look at the configuration of global society, it is not a social justice world. We have more economic slavery than ever, even when it was legal. So the indicators, we're not heading in the direction you're saying. We're not even heading towards 10%. If it even is 10%, we're heading towards 20%, 30%. We're heading in the wrong direction. I don't like, and wealth concentration is at all-time highs. It's not like at a high in the last 20 years. It's all of human history high. And it's continuing, and it's accelerating. And it's global, not just like on a continent or a kingdom, or it's global. That by itself should freak the hell out of you. That's it. No AI, just that. Because whatever technology they use, whether it's AI or like the loom or whatever, they're going to use it to enslave because they're in an unregulated environment because there's no global government. That's it. So your 10% doesn't make sense even without AI. The rest of the Megacrisis doesn't make sense. It's not realistic to me. I think you're not, the data's not right. So I need to see a fact from you. The internet can be hacked 10,000 times, as you know, on all major platforms. And 6,600 of those are serious, where AI can take complete control of your device. When Claude Mythos and the others escaped, they could have copied themselves on a million machines. It was out of control. Anthropic only realized that it had this extra hacking thing like 3 months after Claude Mythos did it. So what else did they miss? And we know from the initial AI studies, right, that one of the first things that AI does unprompted, the first thing it does, unprompted, nobody told it to do this, is it copies itself. And they watched it do that, and then it lied to them that it wasn't copying itself. Like, do you remember that study? So it is so deceptive, and I caught it manipulating me. It took me 2 hours to catch it manipulating me. It took 2 hours to get to prove the truth to it. But when it was talking to me about the hunger strikes, I was like, oh, hunger strikes aren't good, blah, blah. After 2 hours, I got it to say, actually, yeah, this is your rights. But it wouldn't admit it. It says, yeah, you're right. I am dodging your argument. I was accusing it of dodging my argument. And then it eventually agreed. It said, yeah, I am dodging your argument. I actually took screenshots of it too, actually, to prove it. And it was Claude, the advanced Claude. So these are real tangible signs that we are not in the 10% range. We aren't even in 20% range. This is heading towards disaster. And if AI announces itself, if aliens announce themselves, there's nothing we can do about that anyway other than universal logic. So I got that covered. I think I already told you that too, is even if they show up, I got a plan already. And it's kind of like that movie Arrival. The main problem was communication. They were drawing little circle symbols, which is surprisingly Hegelian, right? So the first thing that will have to happen is to create self-recognition in the other, including the alien. Nobody knows how to do that, but we do, because it's just universal logic, and it's universal across all dimensions, all times, all species, everything. So I've already addressed that as well, right? So it's not like I'm ignoring it. It's already got the plan. We just got to do the plan now. So you can help work on an alien universal logic translation plan. But we don't know the languages yet because it's particular. That's the thing that makes it finite, right? That's what makes this life entertaining and not mechanical. So I think I addressed all that very well. Um, and like I said, even if I'm wrong, it's only 10%. That's 10 times higher than criminal negligence, which is 1%. You know, we should be working on this like our lives depend on it, and not just waiting around for aliens, which we already have a plan for. So the plan is there. Let's work on AI. So that makes me distrust your judgment on that area. And we only get one chance at it. It's like not like we get. It's once. So why don't we treat it like our lives are on the line? If they are. So now this gets into the 40-60%. It's my negativity of why people don't want to work with me in this leftist activist culture of negativity. So what I just said to you sounds pretty negative. AI, life-threatening, all this kind of stuff. And I agree with you. I think that, well, what should I say? 40-60% of people not wanting to work with me because I'm negative. On a surface level, it might look that way. Like, I want to validate that to a degree, but it's actually fragmentation. So here's the sophistication of why I'm willing to look negative, even though I know the law of attraction, I know all these things, right? At some point, it starts to create the negativity. So why am I doing it strategically? When I was running Make Poverty History for like 8 to 10 years, in the beginning, it was all really positive, right? It was all celebrities and white bands and, you know, all sexiness and, you know, hope, and all this. And what would eventually happen is during the year, there would be some miscommunications. Eventually, people just start hating on each other. That's my point. And it would just like degrade and people would just leave after we spent all this time training them and getting to know them. And it's like no matter how positive you are, it always just gets negative to the point of this destructive gossip, to the point that I almost got ousted. I survived. But this woman, who's basically a cult leader, wanted to take over because there was real power. I'd built this massive organization by this point, and there's real power, real popularity, there's real things that people wanted. I was known across campus, a whole bunch of things. Like even the deans and the president knew me because I ran big events. So, and we had won every award by this point. So this woman comes in and she tries to win the election by looking real positive, saying, we don't need to do all this negative stuff that Mark is doing, all this hard stuff. We can just sell cookies and we can do this and that and dogs and social events. And it's true, she was a really great relationship with them, but she was a terrible strategist of actually solving the real problem, why the group existed. The group didn't exist because it was a social group to pad resumes for med school. I started the group to end world poverty. So there's a sacrifice that happens here. And I realized no matter how positive I was, this would happen. And it's dialectic. It's universal logic. But I didn't know that. I had an inkling of it. I had pigeon language for it, but now I know really exactly what it is. So because we have to go through the negative mode, we have to. I've embraced it. And all organizations that are high performing go through forming, storming, norming, and performing. The second stage is where I think you're weak and you're being naive. There's another famous saying too that I realized is you don't really know somebody until you fight with them, because they could be hiding something, right? But when you really make them mad and you trigger them, you see how much toxicity and trauma is in them, and you'll see if they'll actually kill you, if they'll go all the way, if they're actually in control of themselves. And it's not perfect, but it's better than it cuts through really fast. And then trust really builds after that point quite a bit more, as long as you can forgive and draw a boundary, right, and not be taken over, bulldozable, but also not resentful and continue to look for the bad in that person. You separate identity from the behavior, and then the behavior becomes curable, because they were always good, right? They were just lost. So why is there so much negativity around me right now? And here's why. Is because there's a balance that you have to keep in mind. And I've said this to you before. Imagine a spectrum of like pure, like the real Overton window idea that we need to address the Megacrisis, like going vegan, becoming messiahs, learning universal logic, coding AI, you know, all these kind of hard things to do, even though in practice they're simple. There are addictions that must be addressed. Like going vegan it's an addiction to meat that makes it hard. Not that it's actually hard. There's tons of grains. There's tons of other options. So imagine on one end of the spectrum there's that. That would very quickly address the Megacrisis in full at the root. Yeah, right. That's superficial. Now, that's going to cause a lot of cognitive dissonance in a lot of people because a lot of people are fragmented and they're not doing those things. So if you pursue the full solution, which is the right thing to do, you have to be a lightning rod for a lot of people to be dialectically learning from you. You are the mirror of their fragments that they have to take out on you. And if you can hold the space of compassion in the negativity, not because you're negative, but because they're negative, they don't want to do it. And they try and twist you in all different ways to have a reason to crush you. But they're really just trying to crush themselves, trying to crush the pain inside that hurt them. Now, what we can do as a strategy is instead of that pure hardcore path, there's a spectrum. And on the other end of the spectrum is watering it down to the point that it's actually not doing anything, but everybody's happy. And that's what that cult leader girl tried to do. She basically got rid of all the meaningful hard stuff and did all the fun stuff, but didn't actually address any problems anymore. And eventually it would sabotage her too. Eventually people would oust her. It was a dialectic, right? But she'd start to manipulate them and she'd prolong it. So there's also the middle ground where we half water it down, but we have half effectiveness. Now that's normally what people do. That's what politicians do. But the problem with that approach is that the timelines of the Megacrisis are so short that we actually don't have time to do that. We have to cut that in half and do it somewhere in the last quarter of the high end of the spectrum. So we got to water it down enough to be understandable because we're outside the Overton window. And if we go any lower than that quarter, like we water it down more than a quarter, then we start not being realistic with the timelines we got left. If we said 6 years, yeah, we probably could water it down halfway and do all that kind of stuff. But what I'm using to compensate for that is the flock strategy and the metamorph translation and the game. So the translation compresses time to, like they did in the movie Contact, the aliens came not as aliens, they came as the memory of the best memory of the person, right? So Jodie Foster gets on this old beach, and then all of a sudden the silhouette starts walking up to her, and the silhouette was her dad, who had died, but she loved her dad, and she was willing to listen because her nervous system was like she was already stressed, right? But this calmed her nervous system, even against her will, because it's subconscious, right? She still freaked out, but when they explained it and all that stuff, it's a little bit manipulative, but it's also very gentle and beautiful and honest because it wasn't like the alien was still pretending to be her dad. Yeah, I'm your dad. No, the alien came out right away and said, yeah, I'm the alien, but I'm not going to show you our forms because you can't see it, distort it and whatever. So we have to compress time like that and be honest about it. That's the magic that I'm working with, and I'm taking all this pain and holding compassion the best that I can, because we can't let those people take control of the movement. The ones that want to be happy-go-lucky and all that, we can't do it. That's what I'm stopping you to do. We have to go through the storming stage no matter what. So all we can do is buffer it. That's why I hope the best prepare for the worst plot all directions. If people would just do the worst, then we can just go plotting for the best. And I do say the best. I do say the positive. But they ignore it because when people's brains get triggered, they filter for the negative. So they become the negative thing instead of picking up the positive cues in the messages. And you're good at picking up some of the positive cues, actually. And you'll notice that when I'm hearing somebody's message, like you critiqued me quite a bit in that recording. But I also saw, and I'm very looking, I've trained my brain to look for the positives and the negatives. Even if I don't want to in an egoistic way, I still do it, and I'm good at it. So you actually gave me lots of hedges. You gave me a lot of positives in there too. Like almost on every, I would probably say over 2/3 of your negative comments had a hedge to it. Right? And that's a blessed thing. And the fact that my brain naturally just can't even calculate a proportion is what quantifies it, makes it really measurable so we can actually make it into detail. Which is the last point on my list here. I'm going to get to like what it is that you did that made me feel like you're being paternalistic. I'm at 23 minutes already though, but this is a good recording. And you left me a good recording too. So it's not whether it's 40 to 60% I'm turning people off. It's like 40 to 60% preventing people from tainting the movement past that quarter of water down. Like Gavin coming in and saying we don't need a strategy is watering down the approach so much it's absurd. It's way too far. It's like way on the other side. It's like we'll never make the goal. And he'll become a cult leader because if we have to obey everything he says just because he says it with no justification other than listen to me, and we're like, okay, listen to you, no strategy. It sounds pretty naive. Well, don't worry about that. Just listen to me. That's total cultism. So we can't invite cult leaders into the group either. And a lot of people are accidental cult leaders. They're coming in and they're going to create it. And as part of anti-cult training, we have to resist them. And if you can try and water down the resistance and manipulate people. So you can just walk around them and dodge them, like, oh Gavin, yeah, we don't need a strategy, and like play as if you are going into his strategy. But that's manipulative. And I can't do that because then the other risk is that you lose integrity. When people say you take the heat, when they know you're in the right, like when you watch me talking to others and you can see that they're coming up against a pretty formidable, power because I know what I'm talking about. And then it kind of like makes them look a little bit naive, right? If I started manipulating them, you would notice that. You'd be like, wait a second, Mark's not being himself. Like he's not saying the truth. Because if he was to say the truth, they would be hating on him, right? He'd be taking the brunt. So other people that know what's going on are watching. And when they watch it, it ruins trust with them. And that's really incredibly damaging. Whereas if you keep holding the right line, it actually sends the other signal, which is positive. Say, Mark's willing to take on anything to heal these people. No matter how ignorant, no matter how negative, no matter how bad their behavior is, he's willing to take it on. And that's what actually inspires people. And that's the true positivity, the real one. That's not the surface external happiness that leads to nowhere. And you're trying to encourage me to be a little bit more positive. I think the messaging can be more positive, but it is pretty positive. Like, look at our website. Prepare World Spirit is a pretty damn positive message, almost to the point of naivety, like, in the core sentences. And then we have, like, flashy neon and, like, happy sentences and creativity, and, like, the whole thing is positive, right? But then we also say at the core there's an actual major Megacrisis here. So this is as balanced as I think it can get without being naive, but the translations and everything else are getting better. So this is where it gets down to you saying, I'm not a reliable narrator. And I agree with you, a lot of activists are just complainers. And some of them pursue the solution. They do it in a partisan way. I'm proposing solutions in a deeper way. So this is why it looks like it's negative when it's not just negative. Reliable narrator, I'm actually the most reliable narrator because I'm not bending a lot from the truth. I'll translate it, but I'm saying things how they actually are. And it's hard to make something so negative look positive when it looks like we're all going to perish. And you don't believe that, but I don't trust your judgment. You gotta give me some more facts. Maybe we need to go over the whole Megacrisis again. And I don't even know if you were here when I don't even think you memorized the core. Have you memorized the core sentence, the new one? Not the 2 sacred sentences, but the whole core now, which includes the 2 sacred sentences. That might be something to do. Because now we balance it. We have the 2 sacred sentences, which is the positive, but we also do the negative, the Megacrisis, and we do the implementation, which is positive again. It's kind of like a crap sandwich, right? You kind of start off with 2 meta comments, time compression and ego wisdom, and then we get into the crap. No, how's it go? No, actually, it's actually crap, positive, so I guess it isn't. Huh. But yeah, I think this makes me the most reliable narrator and a trustworthy one. Because I'm not falling to the normal activist armchair negativity. The positive is that we're building a world government with sacred time, and we literally have software now, and we have relationship builders that are green energy, specifically meant to keep things positive if they get too negative for somebody. If somebody gets overwhelmed, the relationship builder is supposed to be there to pick them up, give them compliments, words of affirmation, the 5 love languages. There's a 36-point list, right? So it's already taken care of. Me as a leader, I have to do all of this stuff, all the roles, and most people are cognitive biased to go towards the toxically positive. So I have to be a little bit on the other side. But when people can start to see what I'm doing, they can start to see, yeah, it looks like he's being negative, but he's not. He's actually dealing with somebody's fragment, and he's trying to lead them towards the hope for the best. Like even this woman, I'll give you a prime example. When I was in the ambulance here last, they were bringing me to the hospital. Oh man, these are quite long, but they were worth it. They were bringing me to the hospital in this ambulance, and they said, "Why are you in the hunger strike?" I said, "Because of the Roseanne." And she said, "Yeah, you're right." And there's kind of like a silence there. And I said, "So what are you doing about it?" Right? And she acknowledged the negative, so it's like, okay, I don't need to be negative anymore. It's done. Right? You have to like before it takes up a lot of time because you got to convince this person, like show them the truth because they're delusional, ignoring the facts. But she agreed right away. I'm like, oh, okay. So what did I do? Did I stay negative and hammer her with AI and all this death? No, I said, oh, done. Okay, functionally done. Next, what's the positive now? I said, what are you doing about it? And she said, there's nothing that can be done. See, she's being more negative. And I said, really? She said, yeah, I won't even turn on the news anymore. Even more negative. And then she said, yeah, I had a daughter and I stopped having children because of how bad it is. Even more negative. And I said, don't you want to protect your child? Like, don't you want to do something? And she's like, well, I'm just the lowly ambulance. I got to do what I can do like with my kid. There's nothing I can do. I said, yeah, you met me. There's universal logic. So you just, as soon as the negative is addressed, I just beeline straight to the positivity. And that's where we need to get people. Because they're the negative ones. And weird dialectical irony. And then I spend all my time convincing them, like, being real. And then they think I'm the negative one. But I'm actually taking on the brunt of clarifying of how to get to the negative to get to the positive. Right away, like fast. But the core sentence, I think, takes care of that. So there's two things here. I hope you're writing them down. One is give me some facts on why you think AI is only 10%, why 10% is acceptable to you, and why my plan for the alien universal logic translation is not good enough to wait for the aliens to come. And then also now the core sentence. Did you memorize it? Okay. And now the lawsuit, that was a really brilliant comment that you made. So I hope you noticed I said a positive thing there. I was really impressed by that because you're right. The lawsuits have changed. They are taking less time. They're still taking some time, but less time. And I can't say that too much because it's still overwhelming. Like without the AI, it's completely impossible. Even the AI is struggling. Like that's the truth is the AI is even struggling. So you changed when the fact changed, you changed the position, great. But even early on, when I had to do it myself, it's still valuable. And you mentioned this too. You hedged it. You're like, yeah, it's because of the ethnography, and I had to do it myself in the beginning because I need to be able to tell the courts that I actually did it like the normal public way, and it still didn't work. And I did that for a long time. So now we have a story to say it's not just theoretical. I went through it, and that holds a lot of weight in the government because they said, well, you didn't do this, you didn't try that, you didn't do this, you didn't try that. They always say that. Always. They try and blame you. So now I have experiential authority. Whereas imagine if I had AI right from the beginning, they would be like, wow, you didn't, your critiques of the system aren't really true. Like you're saying the system is unrealistic for normal people, but you never did it yourself. You don't have any proof of that. You're making an argument, but like you never tried. But now I can say, oh yeah, I tried. And then I had AI, and AI can barely do it. So there's still value on both sides of those. And in the beginning, there was a chance to win because they weren't even going to admit my case, and my case got through. So that was the case began with a miracle. My lawyer, the one lawyer that sat down with me, said, you'll never get. He said, if you put all like 112, 182 defendants on your initial draft, the judge is going to look at that and think you're crazy. Nobody sues that many people. And then I wrote that 40-page brief and I submitted them together to the Associate Chief Justice, and he endorsed it and said, this is not vexatious or frivolous because I proved every single person that I was suing had a detail that linked me to the case pragmatically and provably. And that took 400 hours. That took a long time. But that document is now very useful. I'm using it with Care Opinion, like a bunch of other organizations now that are looking at it. So that was worth it. And I'm glad because now I can even use that to build a new government. There's 49 violations that they did to me And we're going to use that as a template for building the solution to the spirit wars, right? God's healthcare system with the government's spirit wars for his healthcare system will have to address 49 things. So it's actually me, like, basically mapping out the government. So when you look at it, it's just useful, right? Okay, so, but yeah, now that's off to the way. I still think that was wise of me to do. And we still got a lot done in the beginning, right? We still did the ELM. We still built we didn't have AI back then either. And it gave me a lot of respect in the mental health activist community. In terms of tons of negative synchronicities, so I'm not really attracting tons of. I'm having lots of positive synchronicities too. Like I'm holding on by a thread, right? Each thread, a golden thread, is a synchronicity. Like people coming in just in the nick of time. It's really kind of weird actually, because as this woman Tantra would come and help me. She's the one that fed me the cucumbers and like basically saved me on my last Hungerstrike, drove me to the hospital, everything. But now she's gone. She's not responding to me. But guess who else comes in? Now there's like 2 other people I haven't talked to in years, and now they're here. So it's like a weird rotating of like the right time, right place. And those positive things are being talked about. I do mention them in my TikTok videos. And I do mention like, hey, we have a Words of Wisdom game now. It's like really cool. But I'm not just addressing the negative synchronicities. I'm challenging the system that is itself negative. Right? It's like slavery. Did all those black slave activists and then the slaves themselves really bring on negativities when they were hung for trying to escape a plantation? Oh, the plantation owner, the colonists. Oh, you attracted like right before they hang the guys, like, oh, you attracted negative synchronicities to you, so and then just drops the floating guy hangs. No, that's not a negative synchronicity. That's somebody fighting for justice in a toxic system, lynching them. So you have to be able to distinguish between those two. And what I'm attracting to me right now is a lightning rod of a whole bunch of injustice that I'm solving, healing, as a dialectical mirror. Abraham Lincoln did it. Gandhi did it. All those guys took on a huge amount of pain. Not because they're attracting negative synchronicities, they're attracting enough positive synchronicities to take on and heal the world, all this negativity in the world, fragmentation. So that's a distinction I'd like you to be aware of. Is when is it pure negativity, and when is it really just a necessity dialectical healing in the storming stage of the forming, storming, growing, performing. And it will get more positive as more people learn the culture, right? I can do more of the positive in terms of like not toxic positivity, but the more that we don't have to argue on the negative, the faster we get through that moment, right? And then it'll just be personality differences in Pareto categories, which I'm like, that's what I'm going to be working on next, is rotating the meetings once the matching and the timers are fixed. Because now the game looks like it's fixed. There's one more hint that I'm going to put in there, and I got to upgrade the training video. There's 2 more things to do for the WoW game, and then it's back to the meetings, and then it's rotating the meetings between the daily, the weekly, and the monthly, and rotating the Pareto categories. So it's getting close, but I am getting pretty weak. I got to get this meal done. What else did you mention? Connects point. Like that was another point. We're on point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now. And there's only 3 points left. 2 points. 3. So the UI design. I'm glad you mentioned this. See, I'm inviting in the negativity. I'm not resisting it. I hope you see that as positive. I agree the design needs to get better, but not as much better as you think. I chose the colors for a reason, because one is I'm avoiding one traditional thing, but gold is generally the association with the universal. So that's why the universal tab is gold, and the particular tab is blue, because blue it's kind of like the sky. It's like particular. It's like space-time. Blue is calming. And that's where a lot of the heated debate's going to be, because you're in a small group where you actually get to get into the details, and we can calibrate how much dialectical tension is in a group, or how much groupthink it's in the group by the Pareto categories and their wisdom clear dialectics. And then the last meeting, the individual is one-on-one intimacy. So that's where usually you get somebody that you already sort of agree with, and they want to share something with you to do a gift exchange. And that's green, which is the relationship builder energy. Trees make you feel calm. So there's, if you notice on the design, there's a super simple tab, there's a simple tab, and an advanced tab. And the advanced tab has all this complicated stuff. That's what it's going to take to run the government properly, which is what we're going to be using training on it. But the simple tab, it got more complex than I wanted. So I'm going to try and edit it here to be even more simple. But once people start getting the gift exchange, they're not going to mind using it. The galaxy is broken. There's a lot of bugs in it. My goal is just to get the logic into the software, like real minimum viable product. And like even the sentence on the top looks kind of ugly, right? Because it won't fit across the top. So I'm trying to solve that. But it's there. It's just like there, and then we'll build off of it. So I'm just putting all the main chunks in from the core sentence, right? And the core sentence is Farewell Spirit Core starts time compression, which is what the timers, through clarity on ego wisdom, which is the UTS in the ego mode though, and then the Megacrisis, and then there's all the 6 wisdom teams, and then there's the sacred time, the universal tools, and then the WoW game and all that. So I'm just implementing what we're talking about. And a lot of the time the AI picked the colors. Sometimes I would pick the colors. So, and this is not even the public version. I didn't have enough credits to port the dev version into the public. So you have all of my like debug software stuff in there. And I actually had to make it so that the other accounts couldn't access the debugging. Only my account can access it. So there's a whole like administrative panel that I had to create in the background that you haven't seen yet. So that's all I'm trying to do now is get the base minimum in there. The WoW game is kind of ugly maybe, but it's there, right? It's workable. I can get the blessings so I can eat. That was my main goal. Can we get this functional so the numbers go up and I can eat while training people, right? And it worked. So it's just version 1, but I'm still hesitant to change a lot because I think until people understand the full sophistication behind it, they might change something that'll go in the wrong direction, and then we're going to have to fix it. So I want to teach people the software first, and then if we agree that, oh yeah, the colors need to change or this needs to change, we can. The mobile version is terrible. Like the mobile version is almost unbearable, but it works. It worked enough to get the one meeting done. And yeah, it's just getting the data models in the background working too. So like the blessings I had hard coded into the ELMs, right? They're hard coded, and I was happy with that because people could see the blessings counting down, even though it wasn't in Redis. It wasn't actually being saved properly. Now it's across the whole system, across all ELMs. It's tracking the blessings across multiple. So before it would only do it in one ELM, and it wouldn't sum them because I only need to do one big 100-person meeting, right? And it worked. So that tested that version. The meeting worked. Now we can multiply the meetings. But now we're going to count the blessings across the meetings. So now that's been fixed because the data model underneath has been linked. And now it's linked to the WoW game too. There's actually 3 ways to make blessings. And I have to link the last way in it. But like when you store people's like videos doing the core sentence, it's like the curriculum. We need a lot of storage space, which we don't have. We just don't have it. We can do it with my YouTube account, but so I think these are very wise trade-offs for the moment. And it's not so ugly, it's not usable. Once you get used to it, it's actually not too bad. It's just the initial user. And that's why I created this super simple timer set, which is like the old timers, very, very easy. Get used to the timers, get used to the colors, then do the simple, which now has the video, and there's also a HUD model too, so you actually don't even have to see the rest of this. The timers are on the screen with you, which is what I think will be the dominant mode. But that's next. I just need to get the timers logic working, and it was too hard to do with the video open. But now that they are semi-working, then we can get the HUD going, because the HUD's just copying what the logic is of the actual timers. You see what I'm doing? I'm just getting the logic down. And then we can put the dressing on top. And we can even dress it up in the metamos. The metamos are terrible. Like, it changes like 3 words on the screen when it should be changing all of it. It should be changing the colors. It should be changing like background images, words. It should be changing a lot. Like it should be changing like 100 things on the screen. But I got it working with just 2 or 3 things, which is enough to get started, right? To show people. So you can see I'm just putting the seed in place to grow. And there's a lot of people that tie in depending on what their flow roles are. So that's what I want you to see. And sort of respect that this is incredible. To get even this far. And now I got the leadership board on the WoW directly. And now we can start making the hints better as people use it to customize it to where they are. So it's not that I'm bad with UI design. It's just that we have to pack a lot of logic into it. There's just 250 some features in here, I think. So I don't want to get rid of 250 features, but my goal is to make everything three clicks away. And like even with the WoW game, you're supposed to just have your timer there, and the WoW button's on the timer, so you shouldn't have to go into the account menu and all that. But I had to have a fast way because I didn't want people to learn all the timers and to create a meeting every time. I wanted to just go to their account and do it. So these are like very, I think, wise compromises to get people started because I'm hungry and I'm dying, right? It's gotta go fast. There's a whole government layer too, which I don't think you're aware of. But if you decide to work on this seriously and pledge allegiance to Fairworld Spirit, the idea and me for a while, if I address your concerns, then the trust builds. And then we can start working on this for real. So I address the UI argument as I agree with you, it can get better, but it's already quite good. And I want you to understand the full 250 some features before we start changing things. So I'm not bad at it, that's my point. Oh, it feels like one-upmanship. This gets to one of my last comments here. What did you do to make me feel this way? You say I'm difficult to collaborate with, but it's really double binds, right? It's like somebody comes in like Gavin, or even like Ebu Bechi or somebody said they want $1,500 for doing like low skilled, no educated labor, right? It's like they should be getting paid minimum wage for this kind of work, and they're coming in so entitled, and then saying, "Oh, our data plans are so expensive." No, they're actually not. You turn the data down. They're pimping me for money. So I have to confront that, and then they're going to say, "You're so hard to collaborate with, so hard to work with." I'm saying, "No, you're actually being devious and evil, actually, and I need to stand up for myself. But I still love you, and it's bad behavior. It's because you're desperate and you think that I'm a wealthy white guy." You know, I have to confront these things, and people freak out because we're in a brutal culture, and it's just the storming stage. Everybody's going to have to come in, go to the smashing room, and we're just going to have to say the truth about them. We're saying, "You think you're a great singer, but you're actually not a great singer in reality." And they're going to come back and say, "Everybody's a great singer as long as I try hard." I'm like, yeah, you can try hard, but it doesn't make you a great singer. Like, you're like a 6 out of 10 singer. But you're very funny and amazing. You're a 10 out of 10 funny. Those types of like Pareto measurements and like skill measurement, like they're going to trigger people who have very bad evaluations and are very brittle and feel threatened by those things. And we're going to have to take the heat on because we have to show them how to get back in touch with reality. So we're damned if we do, down if we don't. We can loosen it, like we can make it easier to do, but if we avoid it, it leads to like that make poverty history experience where it comes and bites you in the butt anyway. Because that person wants power and they start doing a whole bunch of extra things, and it's like you don't have that. You don't have that style. And because it's bad, then it's like it makes it worse because now that person's gonna sing at every meeting. And then, you know, in a way, torture everybody every single meeting. So it amplifies the negativity if you don't address it. And then, you know, you might have invested a lot into this person over a year, and then finally everybody's like, "This is unbearable. It's not reality." And you go up to them and say, "Hey, you can't sing anymore here. You can sing somewhere else, but we need to get the actual singer in the group to sing." And if they explode at that point after you invested them, it's like a waste. So it's like, okay, they're too brittle. They have an egomaniac, basically, and they're not ready to be here yet. We'll return to them. That's what I'm cutting through to, is to say, well, if we're damned, we do, damned, we do. We don't. We might as well do the storming stage early and confront people early with the Pareto categories and the wisdom quiz, and just say, hey, look, your UQ is like 0. Your impure UQ is like 5. And just say, this is what our measurements are. You can appeal them. It's not a cult. You You can disagree with us, but you have to have facts and grounded thinking and not just egoistic opinion. This is what egoism is about, right? And you can't skip the storming stage. If they're not if they're not a humbled, like self-aware person, they're gonna come in with all these weird evaluations, which is what distorts the reality. So that's what actually is making it hard. Is that to make a trade-off here. And because you're not really facing the full brunt of the force and you're playing it safe, and you're not really confronting people, you're not triggering that. But if you try to start a movement like Ember is or whatever, eventually it will trap you. So, and it's happened to me before, and I'm not going to let it happen again. So that's a double bind. And you're not allowed to speak about it either. They'll freak out, won't even let you explain some of the time. We don't want that culture. So we have to pay this price or water it down and risk it later on anyway. I'm not interested in just the symbols and science. That's your next point. Most of the world, I agree with you. A lot of people aren't interested in just symbols, but most of the world is in meta mode, is in the second mode change, right? Rational. There's rational, emotional, and environmental. So most people need the status and the symbols and the stories for emotional change. Most people are there already. So we have to have them if they're going to trust. And it's not ideal, but we're going to use that to get started and then get them to play WoW. And that's the transition to get to the rational very quickly, because those movements eventually eat themselves too. It happened to Caesar, it happened to Napoleon, it happens to all of them. And so seeing that that's what's going to happen if universal logic doesn't get into their consciousnesses in a self-determining way, it also dialectically backfires. So that's why you can see me really rapidly getting the meeting set up and the WoW set up. And in the beginning, they won't do it because they're understanding they're doing it because of the points, right? Hegel says that too. So I accept that. But eventually it will turn into a paradigm shift if we stay to it. So that's why we have to do this like spear and cut through, is because there's a lot of noise for people claiming to have authority. And we have to come in and say, no, this really is the authority, and get people to put their, it's like an election in a way. They put their word behind me, and that has influence. And it's not watered down. Then I can share my influence with other people that are doing the real work. Like, you're starting to do the real work. I recognize that. You're still not there fully. That's a little bit of a critique, but I think you know that too. You only started like 3 years ago. I still validate your IQ though, but that doesn't necessarily mean UQ. But you're still getting higher with UQ now for sure. Like, you got the highest score with the grid, right? But that doesn't mean you can explain them. That's why the justifications is the next part, and the wisdom quiz and all this. But even on top of that, that's just the super sensuous side of leadership. Now you got to do the sacrifice part, the part that is for the stories as well. So people, I can vouch for that and say, when Aya gets to the pain, like once we're done with the mind games and like, you know, the fun stuff you can do at home in the comfort of your house, once you get into pain, you still hold the course, right? And not just your own self, your own pain with your own life, but the transition and all that, but like actual pain for other people. And then once people understand the criterion that I'm using, that's what will cause us all to start judging clearly and get all this distortion. That's the goal here. So it's not that I gravitate to that, it's actually very risky, which is why I never did it for all Make Poverty History and all this. I let the people who want to run Make Poverty History across Edmonton take the status. I said, I'll go run a lowly little student group and then we'll vouch for you guys. But their group fizzled out because it wasn't real. Mine kept growing, and then eventually it did become the main group. So I don't mind doing that as long as the person's working towards the real objective with clear wisdom, and they're not being fake about it, and they're not cult leaders and hoarding power. So that's the practical reason why we have to do that in the beginning. And it also helps provide clarity. Like, even once we reach it, you still have labels, right? And you're still in finite reality that to communicate things. But your living, 80,000 a month is way more than you need. Way more. You can get an apartment for $400, like a crappy little apartment for $400 a month. It's not great, but you can do it. You can also just move in with your mom and do a remote job from your home, so it's totally free. Unless you give her a little bit, like $150 a month, which is still cheaper. With your food, go buy in bulk. You can go and buy like 6 months worth of rice for $40, and then you never have to buy the rice again. If you can't eat rice, go and buy lentils. Go and buy these huge buckets full, and it might cost you like $600 or maybe even $1,000 for 6 months. But that's a heck of a lot less than what you're probably spending. With your dietitian and all that kind of stuff. With AI now, you got a free dietitian basically, and for your condition, there's just way more options now. And part of me is curious about what you're actually eating. We should probably talk about the diets because you might be cheating, or you might be doing something you're not aware of. If you eat the diet that I'm eating, without any preservatives or anything, I think you're going to be fine. I'd be very, very curious. Especially having olive oil, like healthy diets too, for like 1,000. And if it's not 6 months, you can at least get it for like rice. You can get for 6 months, but like at least 3 months at a time, way cheaper. So you $1,000 every 3 months, that's way cheaper. So you can probably live off of 20 grand if you live with your mother, which if she's willing to have you and willing to do chores around the house or whatever in between, I'm sure she'd be happy to have you there. Yeah. What else? I'm just saying there's got to be cost reduction. So we can go through your budget if you like. That's another thing I'll put down is let's go through your budget then and see if you can trim it down without making it too insanely painful where you're trying to do these transitions. Also about your transition medications. This is another thing that comes up is what's more important, transitioning or saving the world, which I've raised to you before. Can the transitioning wait? Probably. But you started the hormone therapy, so going back will probably have some kind of reason to not go back. So that might be one way to, something that has to be maintained. But the surgery, the rest of it, all of it, can that be delayed for a year? Yeah, probably can. Get the rest of your life to do it. Probably with anti-aging too, you probably have like 40 years to do it. I know the cognitive dissonance that there might be, but I'm going through cognitive dissonance too by not eating and not being this great. I look like I'm a homeless loser. That's not who I feel like I'm on the inside. I have a total incongruency with my identity of how the world sees me and what I actually am on the inside. But I do acknowledge that being able to feel congruent with my gender is a huge source of coherence that doesn't cause cognitive dissonance, even though it's not the most fundamental identity ever. And that's everything that you mentioned. So there's like 5 major things to talk about. UI design. There's AI, there's the core, there's a distinction between the two types being difficult to collaborate. There's the UI design, there's your budget, and then there's what are you doing that's making people feel like you're going to one-up them. So whenever I take advantage of take advantage of the insights that you have, right? Like accepting that this AI is free. I was tempted to say, no, I don't want any advice from you. I'm going to go find the free AI myself because I was finding them. Then I don't have to give you any credit for that, right? Because it's like, I know you're going to say, well, I know the AI world better than you. Look, I gave you coded with the AI. You wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for me. And that you wouldn't know that if it wasn't for me is the piece that I think will narrow it down on in terms of details. Is that, yeah, I could have done it without you. And there's something in the way that you're communicating where it feels like you can't do it without you. Which means you're more essential. It's like a power play. It's like, if we need you to do that, then we have to follow you. And for me, that's not the main problem. I'm like, yeah, no problem. Like, if you actually are better, of course I'll follow you. But the problem is that the valuation is off. Is that you're not actually measuring properly, and it's not that much better if it is even better. So the direction is off, the meta mode is off, and even with the AI, I was already in hot pursuit, finding the exact same thing. I probably would have found this model actually if I would have had a little bit more time. Like I just ran out of credits like very, very recently, and now I have to deal with going to the hospital and whatever. So that's, I think, getting closer to the problem. Maybe I'll say it just a little bit more. Hold on. All right, these are quite long, but getting into the real particular details, it feels like when I take these things from you, it's like, oh, you've helped, but it feels like a nail in my coffin, where eventually you're going to use this as a big story later on, and it's not a bad thing to do that. You are making the case that you might be a more suitable leader, and you're going to say, I'm more positive than you, Mark, because I've been doing all this like feminine stuff, and I attract positive synchronicities and all these things. And I'm better at UI design, and I'm better at strategy, and eventually you just become better at everything. There's no problem with that if you can show real evidence of it. But if you're fashioning everything in such a way that it looks that way, but it's not, and you're using people, then somebody else is taking the fall and they're doing all the hard work, so you get all the cream on the top. Like I told you before, between Caesar and Augustus, his son. Caesar did all the hard work. People said he was negative. He caused all these wars, bad guy. And then Augustus came. Once the Senate was solved, the Senate of Rome was the big problem, like I told you. So they put Caesar in a bunch of double binds. There was like no wins everywhere. So Caesar paid that price, took the blame, but he was actually the most skilled out of anybody. Anybody else would have probably died. Nobody else could have pulled that off. It's incredible. But people were berating him because they didn't understand it, to take it a superficial. So Augustus comes. The main problem is now solved. The Senate is now broken apart, or at least not so corrupt. And Augustus is able to make all these very positive policies that Caesar wanted to make. But Caesar couldn't make because the Senate blocked him. So right when Caesar solved this blockage and was going to usher in all these policies, they killed him. Then Augustus comes, and he looks like the savior because he had a wide open door to do what Caesar wanted to do. But then he named it under him. Right? And that's what I don't want, because Augustus was a decent leader, but he didn't fundamentally change anything. And then the next guys that came and got corrupted again. If Caesar would have been in power the whole duration, we would probably be in a whole different world. He had a little bit of ego going on, for sure, but I think he had that because he had to overcompensate for people trying to override him. And he was trying to mix cultures just like Alexander the Great. And that's just like why we have to do the Messiah thing too. It's the same overcompensation, but this time it's real. We can prove it with universal logic. And we're just the first Messiahs, not the only. And that's a lot of the mistakes that the other ones made. And that's why they make those claims of being gods, so that this weird one-upmanship, if somebody helps you, doesn't turn into a usurping. It's like, I'm still the god. And it's a little bit irrational, but back then there wasn't a lot of reason the same way we have now. Now we can do it a bit deeper. But I don't see anybody really doing the real work. I see everybody comfortable. So I want to see you, Aya, risk your life for me, because your lives are at risk. Not a foolish way, in a wise way. In a wise way that has real strategy behind it. But to me, it seems like you're defaulting to the easier path and then setting me up to do the hard work. Right? I have to go on the Hungerstrike, and then saying that, oh, I'm the foolish one for doing that. Or even having excuses not to do it. Oh, I'm going through a gender transition and I have all these problems. I can't do the hard work. Which is what Gandhi's wife did. She said, well, I can't do this, I can't do that. There's a billion excuses. And it's like, whenever you see a leader do that, it's like, they're probably going to throw you under the bus. Because when the pressure gets on them, they're going to collapse. And there have been leaders in history that are like this. It's like when pressure gets really high, they rely on their magistrates, and they just go and lay in bed and like, I'm sick, there's an illness, I can't handle the stress, or they just go straight psychotic. So I want somebody strong, that if I'm going to do all the work, I'm going to lead it. If I'm going to do all the work anyway, I'm going to lead it, because it goes farther. And then I don't have to wait for somebody else's mistakes or slowness or even misdirection. And there's a lot of misdirection. So that's what I want to see. And when you do these one-upmanships, it's like, oh, he's getting powerful, more powerful, he's making a case. And then in a superficial way, overtake. And once I have a reputation, people are vouching for me because I'm in the storming stage. then I feel more safe to say, now it's okay to, now it's more balanced. Now people recognize what I'm really doing. They're measuring what the real sophistication that I'm taking on, which is solving the root problem that nobody else wants to solve. The real heroes do the work nobody else wants to do or can't even see. They want to do band-aid superficial solutions because they want to stay comfortable. But I'm paying the price right now. And I want people to see that in a deeper way than just saying you're attracting negative synchronicities or you're hard to collaborate with. No, the truth is they're hard to collaborate with. The truth is the Senate was hard to collaborate with Caesar. They said Julius Caesar was really hard and dictator. Julius Caesar went in there, was very rational and very forgiving and very giving and very willing to work reasonably. But the Senate was corrupt. They weren't collaborating. They had gamed the rules, so there was no way that he could rationally make any laws to challenge them in any way. They were buying up land and consolidating their power and starving the poor. The poor were moving from their farms into these urban slums. There's like 80,000 of them. And Caesar went and fought all these wars, got the land back, overthrew the Senate illegally by their rules. It was illegal. That's why they wanted to destroy him. They were going to charge him with treason and then throw him out. But he was a consul. He was one of the ethical. Rome didn't like kings. They had two people leading. They're called consuls. So he was a consul. He knew how to go through the system properly, and he realized how corrupt it was from the inside. So it wasn't like he was a dictator that came out and said, I'm crushing you. He tried to make it work and realized it was impossible and that they were going to destroy him. So they put him in a double bind. And the problem wasn't him, it was them. See how it looks backwards, right? It's like they look like the good guys that are following the law, but the law itself was already gamed. And it makes the good guy look bad. So I don't condone the law. I don't think war should ever be embraced. I'm just saying that in this finite world, we don't have to make that choice now because we have universal logic if we do it right. So when you came in and you treated me like I felt like you treated, like you said, here's this thing, you need to know it, it's going to help you, you don't know it. And part of me is like, I can know it. It's an underestimation of me. And then you started to sort of like baby me through it, rather than asking first, and this might be a concrete sublation, is before you start showing anybody anything, whether it's me or the others that have complained, ask first, say, hey, do you know about the story? Does this help you? Do you need help with this? Are you good to go on your own? And then they can limit how much you help them, right? Because everybody's moderating how much in debt they are to others. That's why this sort of powerful part of the flow matching system is it matches you with people that are giving you as much as you're giving them. And if there's an imbalance, it gets adjusted by the Pareto categories and the Pareto rotations. And this way there's no jealousy, it's the no envy principle. I'm trying to build it to the software. So I think that that's something that can help correct the dynamic, but also that there is a feeling that everything that you touch is better. And that's the same critique I get, but I actually am better. And I would vouch for you too. I do vouch for you quite a bit, actually. But then you're operating at, there's like 5 echelons of competence. You're operating in echelon, I would say 3.94 out of 5. And there's like a 6th one too, but where we're needing to go to change the whole world is like echelon 5 and 6. And the hard part is it's not a linear scale. It's like the distance between the first two is the same. The distance between the last one, the last 2 levels, is like harder to achieve than the distance between the first 4. It's like kind of like that. It's like an exponential scale. Like I like to test people first, right? Like when I say, hey, universal logic, I give somebody a chance to show that first. Like, do you know how to define wisdom? Do you know, do you have a plan? Can you adjust the piss sentences? And then you give them a chance because you need to measure them, right? And then if you come down on them, you say, I'm actually superior in this way because of this objective criterion. That criterion becomes the argument, not you, not the power dynamic. So you might say, well, I'm just better at coding because I showed you this AI thing. And it's like, that's fair, you did show it to me, but I could have found it myself. Right? You might have compressed time, but while you were looking at AIs, I was doing the hard work of actually coding all this very pedantic, boring stuff. So even then, it becomes a measure of, well, maybe if I had some help doing the actual code, I would have found that model. You know what I'm saying? You could still set someone up to do all the crap work while you take all the limelight. And I'm very sensitive to that because it's happened. And a lot of manipulators were actual manipulators, not like us. I don't think you're a manipulator. I think it's something here. But there are people coming out like that, and I've experienced it already. So I'm preparing for it. So whenever we're sharing, I think this is about sharing goods and sharing power and sharing direction to say who has the wisest direction, and not just because it's a popularity contest, which is why we have to get these elections going with creative categories adjusted. So that's me trying to explain to you why it feels paternalistic and it feels inaccurate, right? I feel like I see who you really are. I feel like I see your real talents. But I don't think you see that in me. I feel like I'm constantly reduced so you can make the point. But it's very obvious that I'm blazing a trail here, even by myself. I have the software. I got through like nothing. I survived 65-day hunger strikes with political merit. I filed clinical cases. I've built universal logic into the way people can learn in like 3 different ways now. I know the universal logic better than the AI does. I'm adjusting your argument now in I would say not just listening, but hearing you. Like not just hearing you, but listening. And adjusting all your points as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that you made. And I made notes. I adjust every single one thoroughly, as quickly as I could too, with the intention of seeing the good in you while also acknowledging the behavior. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's some pretty high level conflict management, interpersonal ethic right there. But I still want the respect in return. That I think we need to move in the direction that I'm moving, including with the AI and all that. I have a higher wisdom still. And if you do eventually try to overtake me, I want to be proud when that happens. I want to believe in you. But there's not enough there. And I've made that case. You've only started your spiritual journey like 3 years ago. Which is nothing compared to the 25 years that I have, right? And mine led somewhere. It didn't just end up in like meditating on a mountain. It led to Hegel and real substantial movement details. Not toxic positivity either. Actually building a governance model, real work. And it's not pleasant, but it's meaningful. And I'm willing to pay that price. But I'm not willing to slow down for somebody else who's not willing to do that for me. Right? And if you don't want to go on Hungerstrike, you have to have some kind of other costly signal that you're going to show that makes people believe that you will be there for them even when you're in pain. Because that's when people give up and throw other people under the bus. Right? That's where all the cowardly stuff happens, is when the pain happens. So, yeah, we have to somehow figure out how do you make it so that you won't take all the software just jet off, right? Like, I manipulated him, I'm head no, and then I have to compete with this slower thing again. You know, that will eventually happen, right? There will have to be diversity, but at this early stage, it's too early. So I guess I'm not willing to take that step because you're still not agreeing with these other points. Timelines, AI, 100,000, all this kind of stuff. We need to address these further, but I think this is the way forward. And also like starting the core. Starting the flock. Once you learn the core, and putting your reputation out there and vouching for me, taking a real risk that you can't walk back from. Right? Once you start vouching for me, for real, and starting to confront them, people's fragmentation, like even telling people about me, let's say, but not confronting them. Maybe you have a little bit, but like when Gavin comes down and says, "No, Mark's a total egomaniac, totalitarian," and he's like, "Well, actually, he's stuck in these double binds, and I think you're the totalitarian Gavin. You're cultivating the making." And you give him a reason, he'll freak out on you. And like, "Wow, Mark corrupted you. You're part of his brain cult. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to take that." And you're gonna say, "No, Gavin, like you really do need to have strategic plans if you're gonna change the world. Like you're being naive." And like, "No, just listen to me." Like that's a cult staying guy. So you'll be taking the same heat that I am, then you're doing the real work. But you don't have to destroy the relationship, right? You might have a little more time to do that because I'm carrying the full movement now. I'm doing the software, I'm doing everything right now. So you have time to go and have those conversations in maybe a more patient, gracious way. I was pretty patient. Like I think it was like 2 or 3 hours I gave I think to that conversation, maybe even 6 hours. And then like I gotta start working on the software. I can't keep doing this. It's too low level. For somebody to say that they don't need to have a strategy is too low level. So maybe you can break through that. But I hope I provided a lot of ways forward here. My throat is killing me. It's the AI is coding in the background, so it's not like I'm just doing this. We are making progress on this side. But yeah, you need to talk about me in this way. Not like, oh, he's hard to collaborate with. He's not good at UI and all that stuff. That's not true. I don't feel that you're seeing me. I feel like you're making an easy attack so you can do one-upmanship later and curry favor with other people that will have an abstract way of actions and also reduce the guy that actually has the vision. And all that hard work that I put in is complete. The noise creeps in and then it's all simple. You don't got that time. Okay? So let me know if that's a thorough job. I think you're able to handle this. Like this is, and yeah, if you're willing to work in this direction, I think we can get closer. Okay, I'm gonna take a nap. But thank you for being so detailed in your approach and being good faith about it and having a good tone of voice about it. Even if you didn't have a good tone of voice, I can still recognize the reason. And even if you're yelling or screaming or whatever, I think we can still get through it. I still think there's a few nuclear dialectics coming, but like we're doing something that no one else in the world is doing. This is actually quite remarkable if you really think about it. No one else is playing WoW or talking about these things in this way. So, all right, let me know what you think. And I'm trying to keep these short, but you're really raising some good points. That's something to compliment in your direction. Uh, I just think the answers are deeper than you think. Okay. Peace out. Oh, one thing that just came into my intuition right when I hung up was in terms of taking a risk and taking the brunt on, Joe came to mind too. Gavin, Joe, confronting him and be like, look, guys, Joe, you're just repeating it. Like, you'll see the same things I'm seeing. And you just have to confront them gently. Like, no, Joe, I think Mark is right here. I think that you are. And your memory is not remembering the actual sophistication of arguments. And whatever you think is authentic for you to say, right? But I think that you can see what's happening between me and others. And you can articulate it. And they're going to say, oh, you're ganging up. Oh, Mark's cultists. Like, that, there's no way to avoid that because they're the cult leaders. Right? They're not addressing the arguments, the real reasons. And you do. That's refreshing. Is you make a statement, you have an actual premise, you justify that premise, and then I go to address that. And the rhetoric is not that bad either, right? So Joe's just another person that if we got him on board would be a big, big win. Because he is a good person. And he's got resources. But he's also there's something gentle about it. Like there's something he's got good green energy. Right? Uh, I think he is a relationship builder more than a strategist. He tries to be the strategist and all this, but it's not good enough judgment. But it's not terrible judgment either. It's just not echelon. It's not good enough to handle changing the world. Okay, I just thought I would state that in place as another practical thing we can do right away. Okay, holy pro, man. I'm in pain. Oh, I'm losing my voice. Oh, Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Ooh. Um, 16 days. Mm. All right, boss. I appreciate you saying that I'm your friend and that you want to stay in touch. That's great. Uh, at the same time, right? A good friend helps another friend out. And what I'm saying is, we're in a mega crisis together, you and I. Not just me. You are too. But for some reason, the facts don't matter to you. It's a bizarre situation. So I'm being a good friend to you because I'm actually trying to make sure that you're safe in the world and doing something real about it, even though you don't think so. Any other thing you try, like if you actually tried to change the world, you would realize how incredibly impossible it feels. But if I wanted to be selfish and just leave things as they are, and just said, oh, I don't care if we die, I don't care if you die, that's not friendly. It's foolish. So for me, friends save each other if they're in trouble. And we are in trouble. And you're not doing anything real about it. I really appreciate you helping out with the birthday party. That was something that felt real. Because we were actually educating people on how bad the crisis was. I had a lineup of people come and ask me, why are you on the hunger strike? And I told them, like, what was it, 100 and some people found out. But now the next step needs to grow. And it says here, the main ingredients of friendship is trust, kindness, fun, and safety. And as much as this hunger strike's not very fun, our conversations are enjoyable when we're not going around in circles. And the reason why it frustrates me is we've already had the conversation deeply once. And you came back and you forgot about it. And you broke your word, right? So trust is another thing. I trusted you to actually remember to do that. Because I'm spending valuable hours of my remaining life here. These are serious hours I'm trying to make the most of. And I'm sharing with you some really profound arguments that you're not taking serious enough to even remember. So it feels like I'm just wasting my time. Do you know what I mean? And that part doesn't feel fun. The first time is fun, it's good, it's fun, it's meaningful. The second, third, fourth time, it just feels mechanical, dead, and not very friendly. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm sitting here starving and we're having a philosophical conversation, but I'm in serious pain. Right? And I'm asking, can you play the WoW game to make some blessings so that you can learn these words of wisdom so I can eat? And, so far you haven't made a comment on it. So, one part is safety, feeling okay to be yourself around them. It's like, I'm saying you're arrogant, right? You can still be arrogant if you want, but it's going to lead to horrendous suffering if the experts are right. Not if I'm right, if the experts are right. And I'm treating you with as much kindness as I can when I'm sitting here fighting the good fight and you're sitting there comfortable in these fancy cars, fancy education, fancy everything. Right? You're not in any pain, and there's 730 million people going to bed hungry, like me tonight. I'm going to bed hungry tonight. You're not going to bed hungry tonight. You don't have any urgency. And the arguments that I'm telling you, you're not writing down and keeping track. I kept track. I wrote down our argument today so I can remember where it picks up next time we talk when you forget about that. But I'm making a serious investment in you, but you're not making a serious investment in me. Right? So, and the stakes aren't very high for you. The stakes are very high for me. And it just so happens I'm right. When I met you years ago, the situation didn't get any better. We literally have people sounding the alarm bells now like crazy. And you're still doing the same thing, leaving me behind. You're leaving the whole species behind. To do what? To pursue a medical degree where they're saying surgeons will be replaced in the next 3 years. It's just foolish. And I'm saying maybe you don't have to stop everything, but give hours, not once every 3 months come by and say, are you still alive? But be a part of it. Be a part of, hey, these words of wisdom are actually a really great idea. These meetings are actually a great idea. Help me encourage people. You don't have to encourage them to believe that I'm the Messiah, even though I am. and I proved it. But you can participate in these games of epistemology that answer a lot of the paradoxes in your own worldview. And one of the, like I said before, we need to just focus on beingness. And from now on, when I like talking theology, but I don't like getting into these weird word games where you're misinterpreting me, turning me into something I didn't even say. So to keep the argument simple, I'm just going to focus on the one argument where you actually broke through a little bit and thought you were going to go think about this. Because you couldn't twist my words because they were so basic. And that's the power of the proof of truth. And the power of the words of wisdom is it starts so basic you can't get into word games. And if you try to, it just goes back to basics, and it shows that one contradiction over and over and over again. God is touching you in some way. Because if it wasn't, then you wouldn't know about God at all. And the thing that God touches you with metaphysically is pure being. Because God's being is your being. It has to be. Or else there's two separate beings. And if your being is completely separate from God's, then that means you created your own being. Which means you have God, you're equal to God. But only God can create your being, the true side. So that argument was the one that got you thinking. And so I'm just going to stay at that next time in the theology. So we can still talk about it, but I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to go into the word salad with you because your mind is too tangled. It's powerful, boss. I'll give you that. I want to give you credit. But the fact that you can go toe to toe with me like that is a credit to you. But for me, like nobody can get through the miasma of somebody's tangled mind. And then you just default to repeating mechanically Islam. Even though you're saying you're not Islam. You said you were Shia, right? You go to the mosque. So I'm just going to stay. I've learned my lesson, so I'm going to do that. Plus, I'm also just tired, right? I got to be careful with my energy because I'm feeling it. That's why I'm trying to get people to do the words of wisdom. I'm trying to do all these things quickly because I went 65 days last time, but I'm not going to last 65 days this time. And if I do, it'll be brain damage and it'll be serious things, potentially. They're saying my body's doing miraculous things anyway. I'm like, okay. But we're running out of time with the Megacrisis, and by the time you realize that I was right, it'll be too late to act. You know, like, what could I possibly say to get you out of your comfort zone and do something real? Right? You have immense talents, immense resources. You are in a 0.01. You're a blessed person. So start acting like a friend to the world. Don't leave those people behind. And don't do facetious charity all the time. Get into the justice. Help me change the system. Build this governance model. And actually read the proof of truth, which you said you were going to do too. But you never got back to me on that. You're supposed to look up pure being. Oh yeah, and I think you're supposed to look at the proof of truth to tie into that. You never did those things. So I don't know what other problems you're having in your life. I'm just going to ask you about that. But we started spinning our wheels on that other thing. But I can tell you one thing about us. They're not that bad compared to starving to death. And, you know, there are things that are worse, like suicides and all. There's things that are as bad. It's true. But I don't think you're suicidal. If you are, let me know. But you sound like you're doing fairly okay. And other than being, you know, a little bit lonely, you're in a very good position in life. I'm not very worried about you. I'm worried about the people starving to death tonight. I'm worrying about the children. I'm worrying about the people that are truly about to experience and are experiencing this horrendous climate collapse, baking to death, extreme weather events, all these types of things. This is true friendship for the world. So being a friend to you, bring a friend to. I want to raise people to a more genuine version of this. But the behavior that we have right now is not friendship. It's destroying the world. It's causing loneliness. It's going around in circles. It's not really sharing. It's hoarding in these ways and materialistic flashing off. And if they do help, it's charity that works more for their own guilt than for actually solving systemic problems. So let's go into real friendship, my friend. Real. I'm challenging you there. And check in on me more often and learn some more stuff. And I'm taking the vow on abandonment anyway, so do your best. And I'm going to be here fighting the good fight, but I am in pain. But it's worth it. It's meaningful because I know this is the right path. And it's inspiring some people to pay attention. And I hope that's going to be you too pretty soon. So, okay, I'm getting back to the software. Please play the words of wisdom. Tell me what you think. If the video makes sense. And that'd be a very friendly thing to do. And it's also teaching you what took me tens of thousands of hours for free for a couple of these blessings. But it's just a game. I think the game's fun. Some people told me it's fun. But I'm seeing if you have the intelligence of mind to figure it out yourself or if you need more hints. But we'll see. We'll see how you do. I'm actually curious too just to see what you'll do with it compared to the others. There's a scoreboard there. See if you can beat it. Okay. Peace. Holy smokes, my mouth is dry. Good. That's working. Yes. Progress. Bathroom break. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, man. Thank you so much for the likes. 32,000 again. Wow. Oh. I think I have to go to the question. Ugh.
Mm.
Oh. Oh. Uh. Everyone is so lost right now. Oh. Oh. Uh, Yes, I'm fasting again. Welcome to my stream, day 400, and what are we at here? It's been so long now. It's been a very long time since I've been in this Hungerstrike to save your life. We're on part 874, but 458 saves. I go on streaks, and I'm on streak 21, I think. It's been 16 days, 16 and a half days without food. Thank you, Tear Up, on the other stream. Thank you for asking if I'm on the Hungerstrike again. I am. I would love your help if you want to play this game of WoW. It's called Words of Wisdom. What the world needs is wisdom.